Packers, and us Oilers. There's only one thing left to say. Go Pack Go. For Newsmax, I'm Greta Van Susteren.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-air canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen, give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480.
Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, the briefing live from Milwaukee. Breaking tonight, U.S. officials were warned about a second assassination plot against former President Donald Trump by terrorists in Iran. This was coming weeks ago, we're told, long before he came this close to being assassinated last Saturday. We're told the Secret Service boosted protection for the former president after that threat from Tehran, raising even more questions tonight about why in the world the DEI chief, so-called, at the Secret Service did not have more personnel at that rally in Western Pennsylvania. All of this news makes last night's entrance by the former president here right behind my shoulder on the first night of the Republican National Convention ever more dramatic. The bandage on his right ear, a reminder that while part of that organ was literally torn off forever, he escaped actual death. This man has already shown incredible grace under fire after that assassination attempt that we knew about. Now it turns out he was also still appearing at open-air rallies to be close to his supporters, even though the terrorists in Tehran had an active plot to try and take him out. Now, sources close to the former president are telling me tonight the reason Mr. Trump was calling for his shoes to be retrieved in Pennsylvania is because his lead Secret Service agent, Sean Curran, is very loyal and did a remarkable job to save him and jumped on him. Curran is the tall one on the right with the sunglasses that you'll see eventually in the feed. I'm told he hit Mr. Trump so hard to knock him to the ground to safety that the former president's shoes literally came off. And several days later, Mr. Trump is still telling friends he has a massive bruise on the side of his body. Incredible. The same sources are telling me the former president's friends have been hoping he'll take a break from big rallies for a while. We're learning tonight the shooter in Pennsylvania was allegedly spotted on that roof a full 26 minutes before the assassination attempt, and yet somehow the Biden administration leaked word today that as soon as they got that intelligence separately suggesting there was an Iranian plot to target Mr. Trump, the White House informed the Secret Service and they surged resources to guard Mr. Trump more closely. How can we believe that when last Saturday they left that rooftop totally unchecked? A question we'll explore shortly with two of the best in the business, our friends Blaine Holt and Tony Schaefer. Great experts on security. So the president's friends have been saying in private, let things settle down, Mr. President. But that is not happening. Today, the Trump camp revealed he's headed right back out to a rally next Saturday evening in the key state of Michigan. Beyond the massive security presence that will be expected in Grand Rapids, the other significant piece is this will be the first joint rally with his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, who's already bringing even more energy to the ticket. He stands up for working people, just like the Teamsters president and everyday Americans that we heard speak last night at the convention when they talked about making America wealthy again. Now, pollster Frank Luntz, never much of a Trump fan, declared on X today, last night, voters saw a Republican Party that they and I have never seen before. A stage filled with hardworking taxpayers, African Americans, working women, union members, and delegates dancing in the aisles. Speeches bashing corporate America and the status quo. We witnessed the realignment of American politics, Trump style. They'll keep that momentum going tonight. There'll be Trump loyalists like Senator Ted Cruz, Governor Sarah Sanders, hitting the theme of making America safe again. But in a sign of that more united party, the former president is putting together right now. He's also invited to the podium some of his former rivals, Governor Ron DeSantis and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Oh, and as we reported last night, Elon Musk has committed, get this, $45 million a month to a super PAC helping Mr. Trump. I've got new information for you on that tonight. Another source close to Mr. Trump tells me that Musk has actually thrown around the possibility of committing up to $500 million to the former president's efforts, basically saying he will dig even deeper into the kitty to help. Why? He and other entrepreneurs believe President Biden and federal bureaucrats are destroying the economy, and they'll do what it takes to finally drain the swamp. So let's bring in someone who's been trying to drain the swamp for a long time, my friend Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Congresswoman, first of all, welcome to the convention.
Ed, it is wonderful to be here. I just flew in today. My son had his last and final baseball game last night, so I stayed home to watch that. He did not, but he played really well.
All right.
And, you know, I mean, I guess everyone gets a trophy, right? But no, I'm here today.
Biden's America, anyway.
Yes, yes. But, I mean, this is amazing. It feels like America here. All throughout the streets, people are excited. There is an energy and enthusiasm, and really, I think, just a newfound love for this movement.
Absolutely. I'm hearing that we can expect the former president to likely come back to the arena again tonight like he did last night. What's your sense about him coming just a couple days after they nearly took his life?
this is something that I have actually addressed and spoke to the president about multiple times. I remind him often that America loves him because he has never forgotten about them. He always goes to the people. He always puts in the work to make that connection. And it's never a question if he loves the people who he's running to be the president of. It's undoubted, and that's why we love him so much. And so for him to come here and be with the delegates, those who have invested their time, their resources to be a part of this process really means a lot, especially to them. And so for him to be here in that is incredible. But of course, just right after this attempted assassination is it's something else.
He'll be back on the road in Michigan, as they said, on Saturday. Tell me what you think about J.D. Vance. He's standing up for working people. There are some Republicans who feel like they don't like some of his foreign policy. They feel like he takes on corporate America too much. Is it your flavor of America First?
I think Senator J.D. Vance and soon-to-be Vice President J.D. Vance is wonderful, and he's someone that I was hoping that President Trump would pick for his for this position. And also, we have to remember this is President Trump's agenda policy that we are following. This is his America First agenda. The platform has been laid out, and so J.D. is not going to accept something that he isn't going to follow suit and work with the president to accomplish. I'm excited to work in the House of Representatives to accomplish this agenda, and we need to take back the Senate and make sure that we can help him all the way through.
What's your sense of what's going on in the House? I would talk about the Secret Service investigation, for example. There are a lot of our viewers who sometimes say, well, you know, Republicans got control of the House, and they said they were going to investigate all these things. They haven't gotten a bottom of a lot of things. Do you think you're going to get to the bottom of what really happened in Pennsylvania last Saturday? What needs to be done? Secret Service director out?
Absolutely. So I actually filed legislation to defund her. So the director of the Secret Service needs to be held accountable. And I introduced legislation to do exactly that and say we should not be funding you if this is what you are overseeing. She wants 30% of the new recruitments to be DEI, and that excuses qualifications, and that's not what we need, obviously. But I serve on the Oversight and Accountability Committee, and I'm just as frustrated as many of your viewers with how we've handled our very slim majority this year. There's a lot more that I believe that we could have done, even if the Senate wouldn't take up our efforts. We have a job to do in the House, and we are bringing in the director before the Oversight Committee. We will be asking her the tough questions and making sure that she answers them. But also, I want to say that we were going to speak with FBI agents and Secret Service agents in a classified briefing, and Secretary Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security came in and canceled that meeting and said that we could no longer hold that meeting.
Incredible. Congresswoman Boebert, best to you and your family, and thanks for joining us tonight. I think they've just started what's happening there on the floor. They're going to get it going tonight. Can we dip in live to the podium? I think they've got a prayer.
Your protection of this land and your promotion of this land, which is undeniable. Your word says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Tonight, we claim that for America, believing that you desire to bless and prosper our country as we honor you and your ways. Father, forgive us for when we have strayed from your commandments, and grant us mercy. Tonight, we ask that you would protect our country from those who would do us harm. Thank you for protecting President Trump from the many attacks leveled against him, but especially the attack this past Saturday. Tonight, we pray for our military leaders and officers, pray for our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, as they risk their lives so we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. You commanded Joshua to be strong and courageous. Tonight, all across this country, I pray that you would raise up a generation of courageous leaders who follow you with their whole heart and govern with integrity. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the professional firefighters of Wisconsin Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left, right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, you left, you left, right, you left, left, right. Left, face.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem.
Present arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mary Ann Taylor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, patriots. Are you ready to pledge this American flag and give them our loyalty? Yes. Well, we're going to do this the Southern South Carolina way, a little bit slower. If you are military, and I'm looking out, and a lot of you already are poised, if you're like me from a military family but not military, we're going to stand at attention, place your right hand over your heart, and pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning singer and U.S. Army veteran, Milwaukee native, Daniel Irby, to perform our national anthem.
Daniel!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, on the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, what a beautiful start to day two here. We went a little bit off script because we did not want to interrupt the prayer, the pledge, or the national anthem. We're joined by our great friend, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. Senator, first of all, great being here.
Good to be with you, Ed, as always.
We were talking about this with Congresswoman Boebert. You know, Frank Luntz, who's no fan of Trump, admitted today on X, it was a pretty good first night last night. There's a very festive atmosphere. Republicans feel good. but also there's a focus on working class Americans, which I'm old enough to remember you started in the GOP in your campaigns.
Yeah, I made a comment last night that the convention prior to the 2016 campaign, which was the first Trump convention, was Mitt Romney, and I happened to speak on the night that they were focused on economic issues like they were last night. And I remember waiting in the wings, and they had a bunch of ordinary people, if you will, come out just like they did here. The difference was every person that walked out on that stage to talk about the economy was a business owner. Every single one of them. Not one worker the entire night. Not one business owner that came out with a worker. It was just workers saying, owners saying, I built this business.
Yeah.
And
that was Romney's approach.
And that was Romney's approach. And I made the comment at the time and actually got sort of hammered a little bit by the Romney campaign. But I said, how do you bring out all owners and no workers when and you're trying to win an election? 7% of Americans own their own business. 75% of Americans work for those business owners. You're focused on, and by the way, 90% of the business owners already vote for Republicans. It's the workers that we need to talk to. But this was the problem that I wrote about. I wrote a book in 2014, right after the convention, talking after Romney lost, wrote a book called Blue Collar Conservatives: Recommitting to an America That Works. And one of the people I got a chance to share that with was someone who heard me on the radio talking about it
Donald Trump?
in New York, and he asked me to come see him, and I went to see him in the spring of 2014, and I walked into his office at Trump Tower in August of 2014, and he's sitting behind his desk, and he holds up a copy of my book.
Wow.
And he said, I read your book. I looked at him, I said, yeah, you didn't read my book. And he said, no, I read your book. Great book. And I said, well, the heck you read mine? I said, the hell you read my book, to be honest with you. That's what I said. And he said, no. He said, someone needs to run for president on this book.
No, I wonder who that might be.
And I said, well, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking about doing that myself again. And he said, so am I.
No.
And I said, yeah, I've heard that story before because, Trump had always talked about maybe running. But we talked for about a half an hour about the book, and, we talked about trade, and we talked about China, we talked about manufacturing, we talked about energy, talked about the border, we talked about the wall. I mean, all these things that I ran on in 2012, he said, these are things, and he said to me, he said, I'm a wealthy guy, and I got lots of money. He said, but blue-collar guys love me.
That's amazing.
And boy, did they ever.
So they loved him here last night. Add to the mix J.D. Vance and what he might bring. Hillbilly Elegy is a book and now a movie that really speaks to white working-class voters who feel left out by the elites. But I would add now Hispanic and black voters as well, which they believe they can park Vance in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting theory. I am one, count me as a doubter on this, that vice presidential candidates don't mean a whole lot. I think Donald Trump is such a big person. I mean, they don't mean much in a normal presidential race, but in a race with Donald Trump, vice presidential candidates just don't really add or subtract much. So I think Trump felt sort of free to pick whoever he wanted. And this is an unusual pick in many respects because he's not picking for someone who's going to be with him for 8 years.
Yeah.
It's someone who in 4 short years, and as we know in politics, these things go very fast. That in 4 short years, I think he sees J.D. Vance as the guy that he can pour into, a young, bright guy who very articulate, obviously tells a great story, and he says, I can pour in and expose him to what it means to be the President of the United States, and he can be my guy in 2028.
Very close to Donald Trump Jr., like a MAGA mind meld.
That's what I think it is. I really believe that that Trump sees him as the guy to carry the torch.
There you go. And you started the flame, as we just reported out.
Yeah.
With working class
Someone
voter center.
referred to me as the Barry Goldwater, and I said of the conservative movement, you can't win, but your ideas carried forward. I would. That's a great honor, but the bottom line is, Trump did it better.
Yeah.
He was able he did communicate effectively to working men and women in this country. And not only that, but he delivered.
He did.
And that's the thing that more than anything else that Trump has going for him, and you'll see it throughout, you saw it yesterday, you'll see it throughout the course of this week, it's just he can focus on issues because he doesn't have to get in the gutter. Biden has to get in the gutter. He has to say he's a threat to democracy and this and that. And because on the issues, Trump wins every single one.
The border, inflation, everything.
The
Senator,
border,
thanks.
yeah,
I got to run.
everything. Good to see
Great.
you.
We appreciate it as always. Thank you, Senator Santorum. Still ahead this hour. We're live all night long here in Milwaukee. Turning Point Action spokeswoman Ashley St. Clair coming up. Former British Prime Minister Liz Truss talking about Donald Trump on the world stage. All coming up right after a quick break. That's great. Thank you.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, the portable oxygen concentrator that moves with you.
This little box changed my life. I can now do all those things that I want to do. You just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen portable oxygen systems are small and light and deliver up to 12 hours of medical-grade oxygen on a single charge.
Now that I've got my Inogen, I've got my freedom back. I'm back to living again.
Call us right now. Try an Inogen system for 30 days risk-free.
Wow, is that really me? Oh my gosh. Wow. Who am I?
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
I'm just in love with the mirror right now.
It's a facelift in a jar.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexiderm. We've created the best offer yet with our Plexiderm 10-minute challenge. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under-eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. People across the country look and feel years younger in minutes.
Here, I don't look 61 in 3 weeks, and this is only because of Plexiderm. Holy like I look 15 years younger.
The instant results are from naturally based silicates. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms, rapidly reducing the appearance of under-eye bags and wrinkles in minutes. So if under-eye bags and wrinkles make you look tired and older, try it today for only $14.95, plus get free shipping. Visit plexidermtrial.com.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
And welcome back to the briefing, live tonight again from Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention. Republicans united here this week while President Joe Biden is trying to prove he can last another 4 years, let alone stay on the ticket. Let's not forget, as Democrats continue to pressure him. Let's bring in a friend of the briefing, Senator Tommy Tuberville from the great state of Alabama. First of all, Senator, welcome back to the briefing.
Thank you, Ed. Getting ready to put my towel and head over to the convention. It's going to be a big night. It's been a lot of fun so far, but a lot of people here.
It certainly is, and we look forward. Come on over to the booth at Newsmax and say hi. We'll be here from 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern, streaming all the big speeches, but we always love to see you, sir. What did you make of last night? Your friend, the former president, coming out with a bandage and so dramatically showing himself. We hadn't really seen him directly, and I just find it remarkable that within 48 hours or so, this man is right back on his feet and ready to fight.
Yeah, I thought it was a good decision by the president to come and show himself before Thursday, kind of relieve the tension a little bit. People want to see him. They want to know that he's well. All they've been able to do is see things on television. Obviously, he had the bandage on. People saw that. But it was an emotional night. You could tell he was a little bit taken back. He's a little bit subdued. It's been a pretty rough 3 or 4 days for him. You could just imagine what he's gone through, his family's gone through. He understands that he's got a target on him, and it's not going to stop. They've tried to arrest him. They've tried to bankrupt him. They've tried to put Russia on him, or Russia. They've tried to do everything, Ed. You know that. And here, at the end of the day, we know that his life is in danger. We really know it now. But in the back of our mind, we always knew that. But he is the type of guy that puts that aside, and he's going to work for the American people.
Absolutely. So what would be your advice to him about Thursday night? We know you're close to him, and there's a lot of people talking about how he's rewriting his acceptance speech and how he wants to try to unify the nation. But that's easier said than done when you've had Democrats like Joe Biden, starting with him, basically calling Donald Trump a fascist. Do these people really want to work with him? You work inside the swamp. You know how difficult it is. What's your advice to him about not just Thursday night and trying to unify the country, but beyond Thursday night? How, if he does have a landslide and does get a mandate, how does he pull people together? What's your advice?
Well, first of all, what he does not need to do is reach out to Washington, D.C., reach out to the politicos, reach out to people that are career politicians. This is not their show. The show is for the American people, and that's what Donald Trump's for. That's the reason they don't like him. They don't like him because he doesn't play their game. And so I think his speech Thursday night should be to bring the people together. Don't worry about the people in the swamp. Don't worry about the people that are not for him anyway. I'm talking about both sides of the aisle. Worry about the American people that need help. They need help in the inner cities. They need help in the rural areas. We need help to stop the border. We need help to cut back on our deficit that is, we're printing $80,000 a second right now. It is way out of control, and Donald Trump's the only one who can do it because he's not bought and paid for. He's going to do what he wants to do. He wants to help the American people get back to the way of life that America once was and could be again.
No doubt about it. In the last 30 seconds we have, you're a senior member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Disturbing news today that it's not just the threat of an assassin's bullet that the former president faced in Pennsylvania on Saturday. There was a specific intelligence, we're told, that Iran has a separate assassination plot to try to take out the former president. And we know Joe Biden has been very soft and weak towards Iran. Your thoughts tonight?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. Ever since he took out Soleimani, a little over about 4 years ago, he's had a lot of pressure on him, and President Trump understands how dangerous this job is. He just needs good people around him. Unfortunately, this past weekend, he didn't have look like the first team around him. I've been around a lot of these Secret Service agents that have been around him for 3 or 4 years. They do an excellent job, but a little bit over their head this time with a lot of local police that had a big hand in what they were doing. But that being said, he understands it. He knows what he's getting into again, and hopefully we can protect him a lot better than what we did last weekend.
No doubt about it. Senator, get that tie on. We'll see you over here at the convention, and we appreciate you taking time with us tonight, sir.
All right, Ed. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Senator and Coach Tommy Tuberville. We'll continue with the briefing live from the RNC coming up. We have Turning Point Action spokeswoman Caitlin Sinclair talking about the woke agenda on the other side of the break.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're living with diabetes, This is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-825-4745.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-825-4745. That's 800-825-4745.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. But a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer. And your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Live from Milwaukee, day 2 of the Republican National Convention. We got a lot of big party insiders and elders like Senator Tuberville, and then we're going to talk also to the next generation. Joining me live now, brand new spokeswoman at Turning Point Action, Caitlin Sinclair. Caitlin, first of all, welcome to N2.
Thank you, Ed. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you. We talked last night about a lot of working Americans who were here, particularly Hispanic voters, struggling with Bidenflation. Donald Trump has this appeal with Hispanic voters, black voters. We highlighted Byron Donalds and all these rising figures. But young voters is another constituency that it seems to me Democrats took for granted. How does Donald Trump get more young voters in your estimation?
Well, I think he's doing a great job, Ed, by just being authentic, right? I think we are at a point in this country where the young generations are craving authenticity. And Donald Trump is the same person we see on this stage as he is behind the scenes. And they're longing for America First policies once again, right? These generations, when was the last time an entire generation felt like they would not be able to afford a home, right? When was the last time an entire generation was coming out with more degrees on paper, but zero life skills, zero coping mechanisms, and zero love of country? I think the young generation wants love of country again. They want pride. They want patriotism. They want God. They want faith. They want the family unit. And a Trump-Vance ticket absolutely represents that.
Well, and I think as a parent, you thought you were sending your kids to these college campuses and they were going to learn all these skills that you're talking about. And then you turn on Newsmax and see that in a lot of college campuses, it's a hotbed of anti-Semitism. They look the other way when students are pushing a pro-Hamas agenda. How much might that play into where young voters are as well?
Yeah, well, it's troubling. I've covered a lot of these pro-Hamas rallies and just interviewing some of these students. It's really heartbreaking, Ed, because a lot of these students don't even know what they are standing for. They don't even know what their signs mean. They are just so longing to be a part of something. And I'm really passionate about getting young people back on track, right, with not only an America First agenda, but what this country was founded on, which is pride, patriotism, faith, everything I just mentioned, because there is a sense of hopelessness right now that exists not only in this country, but specifically for the young generation. And it's so heartbreaking that they feel so lost that they're just grasping at straws and trying to be a part of anything, even though they don't even know exactly what they stand for.
Speaking of grasping at straws, I wonder if part of the problem with Hispanic voters for Democrats is they assumed we're going to look the other way on the border, and somehow Hispanic immigrants in particular are going to be fine with that, when a lot of Hispanic Americans they actually follow the law to get here, to pursue the American dream that you were talking about. And with young people, it's like the left assumed if we pay off your student debt, you're just going to vote with us forever.
Oh, yeah. I think the Joe Biden and the Democrats were blind. They thought Gen Z especially. We're heading into an election where 41 million Gen Z Americans are eligible to vote. And I think Joe Biden and his posse thought that those were just a no-brainer as far as voting for Democrats. We saw this play out in that at that rally in the Bronx that Trump held over a month ago. The minority communities that came here, that fought for their freedom, that believe in the American dream. You know, the thing about New York, right, is geographically it's not that big. So they came here, they fought hard, and now everything is showing up at their doorstep. They see the migrant crisis. They see the lack of law enforcement.
You mean in the city where it's compressed?
Exactly. Everything is so condensed, so it's impossible to ignore.
They're seeing the benefits go to illegals.
Exactly.
And they're getting more debit cards and the rest of it, and it's pretty darn frustrating. Last thing, among the speakers, some of those fraternity brothers, I think, from the University of North Carolina, who pushed back against the anti-Semitism, took down the Palestinian flag, and said, we're going to put up American flag. They're going to be at the podium here this week, too.
Very excited for that. We talk at Turning Point all the time about encouraging the young men, right? Make men manly again, Ed. Bring back the frat brothers. We love that, because we need to explain to the men in this country that this upcoming election is not just Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. This is Donald Trump and J.D. Vance versus Kamala Harris, and that should scare all the men out there.
I like it. Caitlin, good luck in the new position.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us on the briefing. We've got a whole lot more coming up, including new details tonight about this Iranian plot to try and assassinate former President Donald Trump. Our power panel, our friends Blaine Holt and Tony Schaefer, join us with new information right after this.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Safe Step's best offer just got better. Now, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you'll also receive 15% off your entire order. Now you can enjoy the best of both worlds, the therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower, all in one product. Call now to receive a free shower package plus 15% off your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
Call now, 1-800-346-6061. There's never been a better time. That's 1-800-346-6061.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes, and it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-283-7009 for your free information. That's 1-800-283-7009. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-283-7009. That's 1-800-283-7009. 1-800-283-7009. Call now.
Welcome back to the briefing. The Secret Service actually briefed members of the House Oversight Committee today, which is one of several congressional panels conducting probes into the assassination attempt last weekend against former President Trump. Here's the Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle in an interview on ABC.
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
She's scheduled to testify next week at an oversight hearing. She also said local authorities were tasked with securing the building where the alleged shooter fired the shots before being taken out by a Secret Service sniper. She confirmed local police were present inside the building somehow while the shooter was on the roof. Local police are saying that the Secret Service dropped the ball. There's a little fight there. Meanwhile, the FBI said it's gained access to the phone of the suspect in the shooting. The agent also says it's continuing to analyze 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crook's electronic devices. A search of his residence and vehicle are now complete. So let's get some analysis. Let's welcome in now retired Army Colonel Tony Shaffer, a former National Security Advisor for Trump 2020. And as well as General Blaine Helt. They are part of taking on enemies, all enemies, foreign and domestic. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good evening.
It's great to have you. I want to start with you, Tony. I don't understand this new story that seems to be trying to help the Biden administration by saying there was intelligence weeks ago that Iran had a separate assassination plot, and the leak is that the Biden people immediately rushed resources to the Secret Service to help protect Donald Trump. If that's true, Tony, where were those extra resources last Saturday?
Yeah, it's a MacGuffin. It's a throwaway. It's a distraction. They are doing anything they can to throw up chaff to distract from the failure. I was at the Chesapeake, Virginia event a few weeks ago, and the majority of the protective detail was law enforcement from local areas. That is the state of Virginia, the Chesapeake, Virginia. Governor Youngkin was there. But the Secret Service detail itself was very small, very compact. And then you take it to Butler. I think there's some indications that that wasn't coordinated properly. The actual secure area wasn't properly managed. I've talked to several sheriffs, to include the one I work for, Sheriff David Decatur in Stafford County. I'm still a member of law enforcement Virginia. I still advise him. He had President Trump's visit in 2016. Ed, he did a thorough job of securing everything with the Secret Service. It was a very thorough job. So it's very clear at this point that thorough job that was necessary wasn't done. And this Iranian thing, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it.
Absolutely. CNN, meanwhile, Blaine, is reporting the suspect who shot at the former president bought 50 rounds of ammo, a 12-foot ladder from Home Depot, walked a mile to the rally with his father's AR-15 and the ammo and a ladder in tow, and nobody noticed him, or if they noticed him, Blaine, they didn't do it. The guy bought a ladder at Home Depot. Are we to believe any? I don't understand.
You know, all of their noses should be growing. I wish the Pinocchio fable was a really true thing. This is ridiculous. What a convenient narrative. The son of two Republicans who grabbed his father's weapon, who was depressed and recalcitrant. Doesn't that feed into a meme? And then you have a thinly man trying the best they can in an election year Secret Service. What a bunch of stuff. Listen, you can see it in full display. The curtain on Oz is completely pulled back. We can see the fallacies of these stories, and it doesn't take very much. But to be professional about it, I had a very good talk last night with a member of Pennsylvania law enforcement. So in the lead up to this thing, I guess the Secret Service was so confident that they called off the drone unit, they called off the drug bomb unit, they paired back the Pennsylvania Special Emergency Response Team, which usually uses all 25 of its members for one of these rallies, integrated with the Secret Service. They paired them back to 4 and let them work motorcade and wouldn't let them be on the same radios as the Secret Service. So, you know, there's not enough time in the day to ask all these questions. So I hope Congress is going to take this very seriously and really spend some time with this. Why? Because it's not just about President Trump. Executive protection in our nation works on both sides of the aisle. The American people pay a lot of money for this protection. There is a country called Iran that has made a hit list of people they don't like in our country, including the president, President Trump. And if they see this weakness on full display, like so many others have capitalized on American weakness, what will they do at the next rally or the next rally for the Democrats therein? So this is a nonpartisan issue. They need to look up the skirts of this, and they need to hammer this down right now.
Yeah, we need answers. You're absolutely right. Blaine, Tony, we're a little short on time tonight because we got a lot of speeches and other things to get to here live at the convention. Appreciate your insight as always. Thank you, gentlemen.
Take care.
Thanks, Ed.
Don't go anywhere, Patriots. Take a quick break. We're going to have the former British Prime Minister here on the other side of the break with Donald Trump's influence on the other side of the pond on the other side of the break.
Wow, is that really me? Oh my gosh. Wow. Who am I?
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
I'm just in love with the mirror right now. It's a facelift in a jar.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexiderm. We've created the best offer yet with our Plexiderm 10-minute challenge. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. People across the country look and feel years younger in minutes.
Here, I don't look 61 in 3 weeks. And this is only because of Plexiderm.
Holy like I look 15 years younger.
The instant results are from naturally based silicates. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms, rapidly reducing the appearance of under eye bags and wrinkles in minutes. So if under eye bags and wrinkles make you look tired and older, try it today for only $14.95 plus get free shipping. Visit plexidermtrial.com.
Hey there. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Thank you.
someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going? Oh.
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it, how much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, you know, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
All right, welcome back to the briefing. Another live look behind me there on the floor. Going to be a lot of big speakers tonight, including coming up in a short time, Arizona Senate candidate Carrie Lake, Speaker Mike Johnson, Senator Ted Cruz, and Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. In the meantime, let's welcome in a friend of the briefing, the former British Prime Minister Liz Truss. She's the author of a brand new book, 10 Years to Save the West, that you should check out. And she's got her finger on the pulse of what's happening across the pond. Nice to see you.
Well, Britain has been taken over by the socialists.
What
I'm
happened?
Afraid.
Because the rest of Europe seems to be waking up.
Well, the problem was that we've had a Conservative government for 14 years,
Yep.
but we weren't Conservative enough. We didn't do enough on immigration. It was too high. We didn't do enough to cut taxes. And we didn't do enough to take on the left. You know, the climate extremists, the woke ideologues. They were still able to influence through Britain's institutions, through our universities. And I think that Labour will be a disaster for Britain. We're going to see Bidenomics on steroids in Britain. We're going to see the economy decline. We're going to see the country in serious trouble.
So that will lead to a Conservative comeback.
It will, because people want that change. I know they want the change. But the problem was, at this election, that change wasn't on the table. So what we need is more of what's happening here in the United States, a very strong Conservative movement, which is actually going to deliver real Conservative policies for people.
And the leader of that movement is Donald Trump, who we expect to come back to the arena again tonight, like last night. It was pretty dramatic. He came out that tunnel
just behind
just behind
exciting, but I thought he was going to come and speak on stage.
No,
so
he's got to wait till the American tradition is wait till Thursday.
He was teasing us, wasn't he?
He's a reality show star. He's got your interest. I can tell you're hooked.
I was hooked. I was hoping that he was going to come on. Then I was hoping that J.D. Vance would come on stage.
He's
but they
Wednesday.
Kept us,
yeah.
They kept us
waiting.
waiting.
It's a tease. It's like a television tease. But think of that. When he's walking out like that with the bandage on his ear, you saw the emotion in Donald Trump Jr.'s face, in former President Trump's face. What's the view when you see Biden's weakness around the world and you see strength like that?
I mean, the photos of the assassination attempt were just incredible. I mean, to be hit like that, and I know how frightening it is to fear for your life as a politician, and to feel that, but then to show such strength. I think it really shows the nature of the man, and it shows why he is so popular in America and why we need him. My book, 10 Years to Save the West, says the West is under serious threat. It has been undermined by leftists. We're seeing our societies crumble, and we need that kind of strength and that leadership. And that's what Trump, I think, really showed.
Absolutely.
Just that instinct. And the fact that he came here yesterday, his ear bandaged up, it was incredible.
Pretty awesome. In the last minute we have tonight, the theme here is Make America Safe Again. It's about crime in America, but it's about something you mentioned, illegal immigration, which is gripping Europe. Donald Trump was ahead of the curve here in America and saying enough is enough.
Absolutely. And people are so frustrated in Britain that we cannot deport illegal immigrants because of our human rights laws. It seems that the illegal immigrants have more human rights than people actually living in Britain, and that is why the public are so frustrated. And I know the same is true here in the United States. We see appalling crimes being committed by people who shouldn't even be in our countries, and people aren't prepared to put up with that. And that is why they will support Donald Trump, and that's why they do want real conservatism in Britain.
There we go. Well said. Liz
Great
Truss,
to see you.
good luck with
Great
the book.
to be
We
on the
appreciate you
show.
being
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks for that briefing on what's happening on the other side of the pond. And it's a look at what the strength of Donald Trump, as we heard. We'll keep it locked on N2 all night long. Rob Astorino, my friend, will be live next, live from here in Milwaukee. And then Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman will join me, 8 p.m. Eastern, all night long. Some big speeches, including Marco Rubio and Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Don't miss it. Have a great night, Patriots. We'll see you in about an hour.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break. When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
But with all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call
Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Welcome to a fun-filled Fiserv Forum here in downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm Rob Astorino filling in for Rick Leventhal here on the Leventhal Report. It is day 2 of the convention with the theme for tonight, Make America Safe Again. And you're going to have a lot of speakers tonight. We'll dip in and out throughout the evening as well. Make sure you keep it on N2 throughout the evening. A lot has happened. Yesterday, of course, the big news, Donald Trump coming in to a very emotional round of applause. And tonight we've got a lot of speakers, including Nikki Haley, who was invited to bring more unity. So let's head straight to the floor behind me, where we've got our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He joins us with a little bit what's on tap tonight there. John, how are you?
Rob, I'm good. I actually was given a break and a little bit of a respite and got to get off the floor and get to our stand-up position here, overlooking the floor, kind of like you, which is a nice little relaxing moment here. After 2 days of being on the floor, it's been very intense, a lot of energy, as we've been reporting, as been showing you, interviewing some of the delegates. But as you were talking about, some big names headlining tonight, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, Nikki Haley, who in that surprise announcement yesterday, we learned had accepted an invitation to speak here at the RNC convention, which kicked off again this evening. Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas, of course, Ben Carson, former HUD secretary. The list goes on. Perry Johnson actually just spoke. He gave a rousing speech behind me from the stage. I interviewed Perry Johnson a little bit earlier. He was at one point a presidential candidate, the very successful businessman from Michigan, but he's been a very staunch ally of President Trump as well. And now J.D. Vance, he said it was a smart choice in his words, and was very excited bringing in a younger demographic, he believes, to the audience and you know, to vote for President Trump, and a lot of independents, he believes, as well, will cast a vote for President Trump. As you were talking about, Rob, quickly, tonight's theme, there's a theme every night. Yesterday was Make America Wealthy once again, so a lot of the focus was on the economy and the disastrous, according to the campaign of Biden administration, with inflation and some of the, you know, the pocketbook issues that we see, people going to the grocery store, the high prices. Tonight, it's about making America safe once again. So the theme is about crime in America's big cities, the fentanyl epidemic, which has been ravaging so many towns and cities from the East Coast to the West Coast. I've talked to delegates who've told me directly about the fentanyl problem in their states as well. And of course, securing the border, the ongoing border crisis. You know, that's been one of the principles, the 20 principles as part of the RNC's platform that was adopted and agreed upon and voted upon yesterday in a resolution, is about crushing gangs, crushing the cartels, and of course, crushing the fentanyl epidemic. So expect a lot of discussion, the speeches really to focus on that. And that's something that President Trump has talked about, Rob, on the campaign trail, specifically some of the countries where the drugs are coming in, Mexico, the cartels, and also Venezuela and Nicolas Maduro and the Maduro regime. Venezuela is responsible for the bulk of cocaine that continues to come into the United States, and fentanyl as well. And that's something that I asked President Trump when he was on the border in Eagle Pass with Governor Greg Abbott down there. I asked him about Venezuela and the connection and the Maduro regime, and so he's been talking about that quite a bit lately, so more than likely that's going to be a topic of discussion tonight as well. But as I said, it's a big name, so it's going to be another very important, another big night here as well. Rob, back to you.
All right, John, and speaking on the floor right now, Kari Lake from Arizona. She's running for U.S. Senate. This hour, they're featuring a lot of Republicans running for the U.S. Senate in key races, and she's one of them. So let's just take a listen.
And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had to do on the campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill and she's gone. We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's got to stop. The Grand Canyon State has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this mom. I'm not okay with that. I don't think it's okay with that mom. I don't think it's okay with that mom. It doesn't have to be this way. The problems we face are huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy. And while we're building the wall, let's kick Bidenomics to the curb and bring back the Maganomics. Is that okay? I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education. It's all common sense. The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right? The next generation, the future of our country. I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth...
Okay, Kari Lake running in Arizona for the U.S. Senate, so they are going to highlight some Senate candidates and then some congressional. Matt Schlapp is with me from CPAC, of course, Newsmax. Let me start with tonight. So we just went over, you and I, briefly, the list of speakers here, and there's one that stands out, I think, above everybody else. You got Marco Rubio tonight. That's going to be great. But Nikki Haley is going to be here tonight. She was a late addition, and she released her delegate. She did the right thing. What do you expect her to say?
She's been pretty feisty about her point of view. But I will say, as much as people say, well, she has different policies from Trump, she's more interventionist than Trump, et cetera. What I found, the main tenor of her campaign is that we should be looking towards younger, diverse women. And, I think that whole kind of like the idea of it's not what you say, it's what you look like as you're saying it, is lost on this crowd only because woke went too far.
Right.
DEI went too far. We got planes falling out of the sky. We got big problems because, we got Secret Service problems because people are saying, hey, I care more about the way someone looks than how they perform. So, if she's listening, I would say to her, drop that act. The reason why you were a great governor of South Carolina is you made some really tough decisions. Nobody cared what your race was or what your gender was. You made good decisions. We didn't care what kind of shoes you wore. And these people want to hear that. And I give her a lot of credit because she's an important part of this coalition. The Republican Party is the sponsor of this. But let's face it, the elephant can only go so far. 30% of the population. The way we get to a majority is adding a lot of people that don't really want to be Republicans, but they like a lot of the standard bearers, including all the MAGA people that aren't necessarily Republican. So I'm glad she's speaking. Good on her, but I would fine-tune that messaging a little bit.
That was a bit last night, right? A little bit of the theme last night. You know, my dad said, he's not racist. And I said, yes, he is. We said, well, go look it up, prove it. And so I tried to prove him wrong. And he's not racist. I believe in those principles. And we heard a lot of that last night.
You know, I would say that the Republican Party for a long time has tried to figure out this. How do we get the single woman? How do we get Hispanics? How do we get African Americans? And, you know, I'm married to an Hispanic woman, and they don't want to be really pandered to by saying, I'll have an Hispanic person ask you to vote for me. They just want you to talk to them about what they care about. And that's what Donald Trump does. Yes, in the world.
You know, exactly.
In the end, you know, when you're doing business with your family or you have an insurance broker, a guy who fixes your car or whatever, you don't care what color they are or what gender they are. You don't care anything about their politics or their religion. Can they fix the car? And did they cheat you on the bill? It's kind of simple. And that's kind of where we are as a government. Like, we want a president who isn't going to cheat us on the bill, who isn't going to lie to us about what's happening. And Donald Trump has that authenticity. It works. And I think that's why people who are, you know, diverse are flocking to him.
And I think it's so important for the Republican Party because the media and the Democrats have forever branded the Republican Party as racist, as elite, whatever, you know, nonsense. But it seeps in. And
it has its effect.
It has its effect. That's why they keep doing it. But, you know, you have to introduce yourself. And when you just meet somebody at a party, when you put your hand out and smile, what happens? They get relaxed and they want to be interested and talk to you. Republicans have to do that where they're politically uncomfortable going. But that's what Donald Trump is doing.
But we also have to stand up. I mean, we had this Black Lives Matter insanity. And, you know, Mercy and I had a business that was basically lost all of its clients because the left went after us because they said, oh, these two are racist. Now, you know, there are two diverse people in my neighborhood. They're both Republicans. Everyone else is white. All the white people are mad at us because they call us racist. Like, it's insane. All the people who work for us and help us with our family are diverse people. By the way, they've all come to love Trump. One of the reasons they love Trump is because they hate the fact that these white people in the Democratic Party never do anything to help them.
That's right.
They just try to keep them in bondage so they can win elections, and they're on to them.
Who do you think was the most powerful speaker and or message last night? I'll just say mine. I think it was Sean O'Brien. I think it was the Teamsters. Because he says, I'm a Democrat.
You would get that.
Well, it's a wink to everyone else, like moderate Democrats, union members. It's okay to vote for this guy.
But Rob Astorino was you've been a very courageous man in New York politics, running as a conservative, running as a pro-life guy. Not everybody has that kind of mettle to do that. And you understand that the union vote is an awfully important vote to this new coalition we have. And I agree with you on that. Like, maybe not the leadership. That's why it's good to have a leadership guy up there. But these voters, they're incredibly important to us.
So are you surprised that, I'm doing my math. Well, I don't even know what day it is anymore, but in a couple days.
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, yeah, who knows. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to be doing a rally.
It's Tuesday, and it's Joe Biden's bedtime. Those are the two things you need to know about this. Yeah, look, this is what conventions are all about. There are two speeches that matter, the president's speech on Thursday and the future vice president's speech on Wednesday. And I just want all the viewers to know, we go to church with J.D. Vance. I've gotten to know J.D. Vance. This guy's going to be stellar.
Good Catholic man, right?
He's a good Catholic man. He's just a good man.
He is. That's right. Matt, we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Rob.
All right. Matt Schlapp, of course, from CPAC. So we've got a lot more to do on the Leventhal Report. We are live here in Milwaukee with a lot happening behind us, so don't go anywhere. We'll continue right here on N2.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get the Liver Cure today. Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
All right, welcome back. Bernie Moreno, who is running for the U.S. Senate from Ohio, is speaking right now. And this is a special edition of the 11th All Report. We are live here in Milwaukee, Brew City, Wisconsin, for the Republican National Convention. The House Oversight Committee was supposed to receive a briefing today involving the Trump assassination attempt, but that didn't happen. And there are some reports that Iran may have had plans to take out the former president. Our congressional correspondent Kilmany Dukart is on Capitol Hill with the latest.
The House Oversight Committee was supposed to receive a briefing today by Secret Service, but a spokesperson for the committee tells me that never materialized after the Department of Homeland Security took over those communications and has since not confirmed a time. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says he will now issue a subpoena for Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to testify on Monday to avoid any attempt by DHS to backtrack on her appearance. In an interview with ABC News, Cheadle says Secret Service was responsible for the inner perimeter and local law enforcement was tasked with the outer perimeter, which included the building that the suspect fired from. Local police were stationed inside, but she still doesn't know what transpired between when the suspect was identified and when he opened fire.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
Republican Congressman Mike Turner, who chairs the House Intel Committee, was asked by Bloomberg whether this was a resource issue or a protocol issue.
Why is it that he was not shot until after he was shooting, when we obviously know there were a number of individuals who identified both his location and that he had a weapon? Then also on the issue of resources, why wasn't the perimeter larger? Why weren't there more people that were there protecting former President Donald Trump?
In a separate development, Secret Service apparently increased security for the former president after intelligence uncovered a plot by Iran to assassinate the former president. Reports suggest that there is no connection between Saturday's attempted assassination on the former president and that plot. Back to you.
Okay, Kilmeny, thanks so much. All right. A familiar face on N2, the face of N2 maybe. John Bachman
One
is
of the
here.
faces, anyway.
So it's always a fun party. You know, the Republican Party knows how to throw a party, and it's been fun at least the first 2 days. What are you looking forward for tonight?
Well, apparently Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia, is going to speak, and people might remember that he did kind of a notorious incident with his dog, baby dog, a basset hound, letting everyone know that they can, where they can kiss his dog. Apparently the dog's going to be here tonight, so that's going to be exciting to see.
Does Christy Noem know that?
Oh, okay. She's not speaking tonight.
She's not speaking tonight, no.
All right.
Tonight, obviously, it feels different than last night.
Yes, it does.
You know, last night, it was the first night. It was the open night. Everyone was just getting here, having fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, the big entrance by Donald Trump, very emotional. Tonight seems more normal.
Yeah, it's more business-like kind of thing. And it's an opportunity to hear from a lot of these speakers. I think there's a lot of, you just mentioned Bernie Moreno a few moments ago who spoke, and, you know, I think that's an exciting race. He's running for Senate in Ohio, and, you know, he's an up-and-comer, I think, in the party. A lot of people looking forward to hearing folks like that. And I think there are some names like last night that we didn't know, some speakers who are not politicians, who are not celebrities, who are going to help drive home this message. We'll probably hear some stories about how people have been affected by crime in their communities. We'll hear a lot about illegal immigration in drug use and fentanyl. We've already started to hear something. We heard Carrie Lake earlier when she was speaking, giving her speech. She talked about how fentanyl is affecting not just Arizona, but of course every country or every state in the country, and a lot of it's coming through Arizona. So that'll be interesting to see that kind of message and how that translates tonight, and how obviously when you're talking about how you were affected by crime, it's a little more difficult to make that light and funny, because we saw some of those speakers last night. I can't remember the woman, the Hispanic woman who spoke and admitted she had voted. That was a great moment last night.
I think the greatest
and the crowd was eating out of her hand when she was speaking.
The best moment might have been the priest doing the impersonation
I thought
of
the
Donald
same
Trump.
thing, because, you know, it's the end. They're doing the benediction at the end, and you see a priest with the collar walk up to the microphone, and you expect him to give some sort, and he does the Donald Trump impression. It was fantastic.
Great. And Trump loved it. You could see he loved it. Secret Service and the whole issue surrounding that right now. So the director, Kimberly Cheadle, she said, yes, I take responsibility. Whenever you say that, it should be a period.
Yes.
That was a comma, but the Butler police and local police were really in charge of that building.
You know, what I think we're seeing now is the erosion of the importance of leadership, especially in the federal government. When you think about what happened before in the Obama administration, there were two major incidents. Secret Service agents were having sex with prostitutes and getting drunk in Colombia. That was a scandal. And then we also had a gate jumper during the Obama administration. And what you saw after that were wholesale changes, a change at the top. The director of the Secret Service then ultimately resigned. And, you know, those incidents, of course, are very serious, but no one got shot. And now you have this is escalated now. Kim Cheadle to not resign here, I think, would be, that is, I think, an absence of leadership. She needs to step down.
And then, of course, you have, it's, I guess, more than a rumor. I guess it's been somewhat confirmed, at least there's reports that say Iran may have had Donald Trump in its target as well.
I don't think that's an exaggeration at all. You know, Donald Trump killed Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani, once upon a time, thought he had enough impunity to travel around Iraq and stir up all kinds of trouble in Iraq. Donald Trump put a stop to it, and the Iranians vowed revenge of some sort. We know there have been other assassination attempts. You know, this is definitely in Iran's playbook, and I think it just adds more emphasis to the need to have a better Secret Service.
Yeah, one thing we should mention, too, that there's no known connection between Iran and what happened on Saturday. That they have said there's no known connection. There might have been an additional intel that they want to do their own thing.
Right.
So, I mean, the world is so unstable right now that I think people who even hated Donald Trump are taking a look at him saying, things are so bad right now, I might vote for somebody I can't stand.
I think that's a good point. I think a lot of people who do have that hate for Donald Trump, but obviously don't fantasize about killing the former president, they see this happen and they think about the result. What would happen to this country after that? You know, after the assassination of Martin Luther King, there were riots in the streets. I'm not saying that would happen here if Donald Trump were killed, but there would obviously be definite consequences to doing that, Rob. And you know, no sane person wants to see Donald Trump. I guess that guy in Tenacious D did, and some other jerks out there.
Yeah, morons.
Like the guy in Benny Thompson's camp, but whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
John, it's good to see you.
All right, Rob. Maybe I'll see you. Yeah,
I have a feeling
that's
we're
our
going to see
joke.
each
We keep
other
running.
again.
Yeah, we'll keep doing this. All right.
Thank you, John. All right,
Rob.
Stick around, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got so much more to do on the Leventhal Report here from Milwaukee right after the break.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
A king of sorts lived in this home only 2 years, but he made a lifetime of musical memories. Composer Scott Joplin, known as the King of Ragtime, moved to this brick row house in St. Louis, Missouri in 1900. Joplin rented a room in the home from a wealthy African-American family. Years earlier, Joplin had a hit with his Maple Leaf Rag, but while it brought him fame, it did not provide a steady income. To make ends meet, Joplin tutored piano students here and performed in venues around town where Dixieland jazz was making its mark. In this room, Joplin composed what would become his most signature composition, The Entertainer. A piano player in the back of the house still fills the air with the composer's most famous ragtime compositions. And while Joplin was launching ragtime into the mainstream and writing some of the most significant jazz tunes of all time, he desperately wanted to push boundaries even farther and publish an opera. Before he could realize that part of his dream, syphilis and dementia had overcome the composer to the point he could no longer move his fingers to play the piano. Scott Joplin once said, "When I'm dead 25 years, people are going to begin to recognize me." Indeed, in 1973, pianist Marvin Hamlish's rendition of The Entertainer became the theme song to the Oscar-winning movie The Sting. Joplin's song soared to number 3 on the Billboard pop charts, placing the turn-of-the-century ragtime artist alongside Michael Jackson, Elton John, and Paul McCartney. And it all started from one African-American legend, working at his piano inside a rented room in what is now known as the Scott Joplin House. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Glad to have you along here on the Leventhal Report. I'm Rob Astorino here in Milwaukee, and it is Make America Safe Again. That's tonight's theme. Wealthy was last night. So for a deeper analysis in what's going on in this country between the open border, what happened on Saturday, all these scary things happening in this country. Let's bring in the former acting commissioner for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan. Mark, good to have you, man.
Great to be with you, Rick.
So, what do we start with? I mean, everything is just like, we're engulfed in this country in flames, right, everywhere. But let's start with crime. That's tonight. Immigration and the open border.
Yep.
If you're a Democrat, do you not think that an open border will have the effects it's having right now, or is that like, who cares?
They know, but they don't care, right? And that's what I've said. The whole plan along is the perceived political benefit of open borders, and on two fronts. One, they know that illegal migration is counted as part of the census. So there's going to be a redistricting of the House seats in their favor, which impacts electoral college.
Right.
And then at the end, they believe every single illegal alien they find a pathway to citizenship is going to equate to a Democratic vote. I think they're right on both counts. And that's why I keep saying over and over again, you cannot talk about crime in this country without talking about the open borders. They're not mutually exclusive. One goes with the other.
That's right. You know, the left is so quick to try to shut everybody up, right? So I remember when I was running, or any Republican would be asked, the great replacement theory, which is like, you know, supposedly a dog whistle for racism, which is nonsense. Is that not happening? Of course something like that is happening, right? Like replaced by foreigners who should not be here because they're not doing it correctly.
Correct. And I even tend to stay away from the replacement theory, that term, for that reason. But the reality is, it's about votes.
Ultimately,
right? That's what this is about. They're jeopardizing our country's safety and national security for votes. And let me give you a couple of stats on the crime, because that's what they really try to dismiss and accuse us of being fear-mongers. Like when we talked about Laken Riley, the murder of the young woman by an illegal alien, or Rachel Moran, the 37-year-old mother of 5. When we talked about that, they attack us. They say we're the ones that are being fear-mongers. But let me give you a couple of stats. The first 3 years of the Biden administration, ICE alone apprehended 163,000 criminal illegal aliens in the country, including 4,700 murders and 8,000 gang members. Border Patrol, same time period, they apprehended 48,000 criminals, including murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, and gang members. Now, if that's not bad enough, in the same time period, we've had over 2 million known gotaways.
Yeah, no,
right?
They're in our backyard.
They're in our backyard.
Right.
And it's not inconsequential numbers.
No.
These are incredible numbers.
Right. Everyone talks about the southern border. I tend to talk about the northern border sometimes because it is wide open too. You know, being in New York, I'm in southern New York, but northern New York has that. The Swanton sector, right?
Yeah, you're spot on.
So talk about the northern border and what happens between Canada and the U.S. and the cooperation, or what's not happening.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you brought it up. We do not talk enough about it. Let me put it in perspective. So the northern border is actually 5,000 shared miles with Canada. It's actually the largest shared land border between two countries in the entire world. It's 2.5 times the size of the border we share with Mexico. Swanton sector, for example, I'd have to get the stats, but since this administration took over, we've seen around, I think, between 1,000 to 1,500% increase in illegal aliens just in the Swanton sector. Overall, the flow of illegal immigration on the northern border has increased. I'll give you one more stat. The aliens on the FBI's terror screening database, we talk about the southern border. The numbers at the land ports of entry are actually higher in the northern border than they are the southern border.
Wow. Swanton, I think, is what, Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York?
Correct.
Okay. So this is going to continue unabated. Joe Biden is saying right now, you see, since I put these new executive orders in, everything's getting wonderful over there.
Yeah.
False.
Totally false. Totally false. And because this very complex problem, he's only talking about the numbers in the southwest border and only in between the ports of entry.
Right.
He doesn't tell the American people that he's just diverted them instead of in between the ports of entry to the land ports of entry, which have gone up 400%. He doesn't talk about the 600% in gotaways. And oh, by the way, his executive order doesn't even include or impact the northern border that we just talked about.
And what's the CPB app?
Yep.
Right. Is that like an easy pass?
It's.
I mean, what is this thing?
I tell you what, I haven't heard it referred to. I'm going to start using that. It is an easy pass, and that's another one. They're using it to, we believe, unlawfully use parole. Parole is supposed to be for a specific case-by-case basis for a specific humanitarian or public benefit. In the past, since the program's been instituted about two plus years, they've paroled in unlawfully almost 450,000 otherwise illegal aliens. That's 30,000 a day. That doesn't count the numbers they're talking about.
It's insane. And another thing that doesn't really get talked about, we hear about the fentanyl, but we don't hear about the gangs as much. Correct. I know, like on Long Island, it's incredibly important to people there because they're being affected by it, and in LA and a lot of places. But that doesn't get a lot of the conversation either.
It doesn't, and here's a couple of things. One, I'll go back to the 2 million known gotaways. The majority of people that are illegally entering, they're coming in, they're actually setting down. They're actually setting down. And so why do we have gotaways? It's because individuals like gang members that even in this administration be reported, they're pouring in every single day.
Well, Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia, who's running for U.S. Senate, he's speaking right now. Let's see what he's got to say.
I'm not going to do that. Now, I want you to listen to this and pay really close attention. The bottom line to why we're here, the bottom line to every single thing that's going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November. I want to talk to you tonight about my relationship with President Trump. I want to talk to you about an incredible man. I want to tell you the truth about him and his family. He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. But maybe there's something that you've missed, and that is he genuinely cares. He cares about all of us. Every last one of us, and he loves this nation beyond good sense. He has amazing kids. I've hunted and fished with Don Jr. He's an incredible outdoorsman and a really treasured friend. Now imagine this. Eric and I have been so far back in the woods on top of a mountain, and I blew the tire out on the back of my 4x4, and who was under the vehicle right then? Eric Trump. Eric Trump changed the tire. Donald Trump has taught his kids the very best. He's taught them absolutely to respect the military. He's taught them to respect our first responders. He's taught them absolutely to treat men and women with love and respect.
I would vote for him just because he's got the most well-behaved dog in America. I mean, my two dogs would be all over the place. He did a good job there. Mark Morgan, good to see you.
You bet.
Talk to you soon, all right?
Thank you.
All right, folks, don't go away. N2 continues with our coverage here of the Republican Convention in Milwaukee here on the Leventhal Report. Stay with us.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Betsy Ross was born Elizabeth Griscom on January 1st, 1752, the 8th of 17 children. At 21, while studying to be an upholsterer's apprentice, she met and fell in love with fellow student John Ross. The couple eloped and were married here at Hugg's Tavern in 1773. John and Betsy Ross started their own upholstery business and joined Christ Church, where they met fellow parishioner, soon-to-be General, George Washington. As a skilled seamstress, Betsy Ross was often asked by George Washington to embroider his shirts and scarves. Following the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, her husband joined the Pennsylvania militia and was killed a short time later when the ammunition depot he was guarding exploded. General Washington, recognizing troops needed a rallying point, quickly turned to his seamstress, Betsy Ross, to create the flag he and the Congress had approved. Here at her home, General Washington and a two-man congressional delegation met with Ross to discuss the construction of a new flag for the new nation. Legend says Washington wanted a 6-pointed star. But the seamstress persuaded him to go with a 5-point because it would be easier to sew, thus making the flags faster to make. The result, called the Betsy Ross flag, consisted of 13 stars representing the 13 colonies in revolt, bordered by broad red stripes, signifying strength and valor, and white stripes signifying purity and innocence. Betsy Ross married 2 more times, having 7 children, while outliving all 3 of her husbands, and dying at age 84 on January 30th, 1836, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
We're rocking it here in Milwaukee. This is a great band. And welcome back to the Leventhal Report here on N2. I'm Rob Astorino, filling in for Rick. So the Republicans have been throwing a hell of a party so far here on day 2. A lot more to come as the night progressives, see, they're against the progressives. Now, I mean, it's like stuck in my head. But for now, we are going to head to the streets of New York. Are we going to do that? We want to check out who, maybe J.D. Vance, if he's doing okay in New York, at least with New Yorkers. Christina Thompson's on the streets, and she had that.
It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Donald Trump just chose J.D. Vance as his running mate. Do you have an opinion on J.D. Vance?
I think he's great. I think this is a great ticket. I think Trump's going to win.
I think it's a great ticket. He's smart for Trump to pick as a vice president.
Bring some youth.
J.D. Vance is pretty young, right? Does his age help to sway your vote at all?
Yes, I think it helps for the younger voter.
We need somebody young in the race.
Young. He's got energy. I respect J.D. Vance. I think he's been through a lot.
He has a very non-traditional upbringing for a politician. He didn't grow up elite. He grew up in extreme poverty. His mom was a drug addict. His dad was an alcoholic. I'm wondering if that gives you any sort of a feel for who you think he is as a person or how he might help to run our country.
I think that, you know, the way that you were raised obviously has some sort of impact.
Sounds like he has a good success story, given the fact that he came from a struggling background.
I do think so. Coming from a place of empathy is super important. Seems like he'd be a good candidate.
I think people admire him and look up to him.
As things unfold, we'll learn more about him, and I think definitely that'll build up his momentum.
Because if it's poised for him to run after this, he'll be 44, and it'll be great.
I think he'll be a good president eventually.
Reporting in New York, I'm Christina Thompson for Newsmax.
All righty, so the God's Not Dead film series, I hope you've seen some of that. It returns to the big screen this fall. The new movie depicts what happens when faith collides with the campaign trail during a time of political and spiritual turmoil. Boy, are we in that now. Let's watch some of the trailer.
If we ever forget that we're one nation under God, then we will be a nation going under.
Now more than ever, Christians must realize that we are being called to deliver hope to a country that's feeling hopeless. Faith begins where your comfort zone ends. We need to step out into that faith.
We're 6 weeks out from Election Day, and a lot of folks have lost hope in the future of our country. We must maintain a wall of separation between church and state. Religion has no place in the public square. Once they bankrupt our country, they will have complete control.
Where did we go wrong, Lord?
I'll tell you why I'm laughing in just a second. Because joining me now to talk about their upcoming film, God's Not Dead, which is coming out this September, are actors Dean Cain and David A.R. White. Welcome both. So only we know that you just sat down.
No one knows. I'm not sweating.
No,
it's raining outside.
Why didn't you fly in, Superman? It would have been quicker.
Listen, if
yeah,
I
you
could
have
fly,
gone that way.
If I could fly, I wouldn't have flown in here in a plane yesterday and get taken down almost by a tornado. I was terrified.
Oh, where'd you go into? I mean,
came
in Milwaukee.
Here
Oh, yeah, it was
from
very bad
Las
weather
Vegas.
at one point. It really was.
My plane was screaming, and I wasn't acting very super. That's all I'm going to say, but I'm so happy to be here.
We're definitely saying Dean flies solo from here on out.
Please.
And I hope it wasn't a Boeing.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. So tell me about the movie. I mean, you could not, it's not what you wanted on Saturday, but boy, you're like prophesizing with this movie.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the God's Not Dead movies, for some reason, always seem to hit a chord right in the middle of everything that's going on in our culture at the time. Our first one came out in 2014. This is the 10-year anniversary that Dean was actually in, so we're excited to have him back in this one. But yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, one of the taglines that we had going on was death to the soul of the nation, right? A fight for the soul of the nation. And obviously to see that now in you know, it's on news shows all over. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have really thought that would be a tagline, but it is. And there's a fight in America to bring God back to the center of it after seeing, you know, just what happened to President Trump and so many other things that have been going on in our society.
Yeah, Dean, I mean, I think there's a push and pull in this country, right? I mean, we're at a breaking point, one way or the other. And this is one of those elections where we either start going so far away from what we are, off our moorings, maybe never to get it back, or we kind of recalibrate. And I think people are starting to realize that.
You know, if you 2 weeks ago, the situation in this race and in the world was completely different.
Yeah.
Things that have happened in the last 2 weeks have flipped things to where you believe now, or I want to believe, that the pendulum is swinging back in our direction. All the lawfare against President Trump, the Supreme Court decisions, kick, you know, there's things are getting kicked out. And then President Trump being at that rally and having that shot taken at him and turning his head at that exact moment, we argued, was it divine intervention? I'm going to say yes. And how will that affect President Trump? It seems to have already affected his mood, the speech that he's going to give on Thursday night. I think he's going to be much more humble and gracious and have gratitude for the life that he still has. You know, he is a giant of a man, and what he's been through. You say, how strong can he be? Well, none of us are strong enough to take a bullet and be able to live. Now, of course, he goes and does that, and the way he reacted, and that incredible image of him and his strength. When people get shot at, I'm a police officer. You know, when people get shot at, that's not how they react. That's not what they do, unless you were that kind of a man. And he showed his true character. And I think that's going to resonate with a lot of people. Even before George Clooney said, you know, the emperor has no clothes on, we all know it. That it just keeps going. But I just want to. I'm concerned always until the game is won.
Yeah,
as a
definitely.
football player, you don't rest in the fourth quarter.
No.
You push. So this is why it's so wonderful to be here, to see this energy, to hear what people are saying. And I cannot wait for President Trump to speak on Thursday.
Oh, that's going to be crazy. It really and truly is. And everyone's going to want to hear, even if you don't like him, you're going to want to hear what he has to say, especially following what happened on Saturday.
Yeah.
How do you two guys, conservatives,
be friends? How are we friends?
Yeah, it's tough.
Religious. How do you survive in a Hollywood or California?
Yeah,
that's a great question.
For us, I mean, fortunately, we started PureFlix in 2005, so we saw a niche that was unfulfilled, and you know, it needed to have content for it. There's 150 million people who go to church once a month in America, half the country almost. who Hollywood just kind of has ignored for so many years. And so that's why we started PureFlix years and years ago. And what we found is since then, the studios now have faith-based labels. Now, they have the wrong people necessarily, running them at a lot of times.
The atheists are running the religious.
They're not quite hitting it out.
That's how Hollywood does it.
But they're trying. For that, our hat is off to them. But we've also been able to we're outside of the fray, so to speak.
But the fight is so important because it's hard to be in the positions you're in because your career's on the line sometimes, right?
As Andrew Breitbart said back in the day, politics are downstream from culture.
Yeah.
And culture comes from, people making movies like that. So the more we can make, the more we can get our message out, the better chance we have for people to hear it.
When does the movie open up?
September 12th, nationwide.
In actual theaters?
In
theaters everywhere, yeah. And we're not an Avenger movie. I know it's shocking.
And it's part 4? What is it?
This is our 5th installment. So you have some time to catch up,
That's it.
but it's a standalone movie, so you don't have to have seen the other ones to see this one.
Dean, David, appreciate you coming by.
Thanks so much
for
having us.
Good luck, man.
Honored to be here.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Once again, the movie's called God's Not Dead. And make sure you go see it, okay, in an actual theater where it's air-conditioned. Stay with us. More on the Leventhal Report live from the RNC here in Milwaukee. Don't go anywhere.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
President Kennedy's bold pledge in the 1960s made space travel a national priority, putting America's first spaceport at Cape Canaveral, Florida. In February 1962, Friendship was launched from the Cape, carrying astronaut John Glenn. Shortly after the death of President Kennedy in 1963, President Lyndon Johnson signed an executive order naming the complex on Florida's Merritt Island the John F. Kennedy Space Center. Fulfilling Kennedy's pledge that America would put man on the moon, in 1969, NASA's Launch Complex 39 saw the launch of the rocket carrying Apollo 11, the tiny capsule piloted by Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. And later, this same launch pad was the site where America's fleet of space shuttles soared to the heavens. America's space dominance didn't happen overnight. NASA's Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs are represented in this space garden of the many rockets that help scientists develop the engineering feats of technology to turn our dreams of spaceflight into reality. The U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame displays the daring heroes who soared into space and, to borrow a phrase, to boldly go where no one has gone before. Another monument of NASA's fallen heroes serves as a reminder that spaceflight can sometimes mean the ultimate sacrifice. This wall of highly polished black granite is emblazoned with the names of 24 astronauts, including the fallen crew of Apollo 1, led by Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee. More would join the honored dead from the Space Shuttle Challenger and Columbia. Tourists to Kennedy Space Center can marvel at some of mankind's greatest space vehicles, like the Space Shuttle Atlantis and the Hubble Telescope. Today, Kennedy Space Center is busier than ever. There's a new space race underway as private companies are going into space. The SpaceX Dragon launches astronauts to the International Space Station from the same spot that once launched the Apollo rockets. America's first spaceport is a memorial to our greatest achievements, but it still remains a launching place to our most promising future in the stars. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Fiserv Forum here in downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Rob Astorino in for Rick Leventhal. And make sure you stick with N2 throughout the evening. Of course, we'll have everything happening at that podium tonight. Bianca will be here with Ed and John, so they're warming up in the bullpen. Some big speakers tonight. You got Elise Stefanik from New York, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Tom Cotton, Marco Rubio, and Lara Trump. They're all on tap with many others, and normal Americans, so-called normal Americans or everyday Americans, just like last night, to explain why they feel that Donald Trump and the Republicans are the much better choice than Joe Biden and the Democrats. Today, Joe Biden came out basically in support of changing or making changes to the Supreme Court. This is like a leftist dream. If they don't win cases, they want to destroy everything. So, of course, now he is signing on to term limits, ethics. Lord knows probably packing the Supreme Court will be right up there, so we'll follow that. But it's going to be far left progressivism from now till the end as far as Joe Biden goes, because that's his only path, he thinks, is to rev up the base, because everyday Americans are starting to see it ain't working out so well the last 4 years. So make sure you keep it here on N2 for our coverage here in Milwaukee. Tomorrow, J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee. And, of course, it culminates on Thursday night with Donald J. Trump, which is what this is all about. All right, that does it for the Leventhal Report. I'm Rob Astorino from Milwaukee. I will see you tomorrow night. The threesome is next, so you keep it right here.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
In one of Chicago's oldest bars, you can step into the shoes of some of the most notorious Prohibition-era gangsters. The Green Door Tavern hasn't changed much in 100 years. It's one of the only all-wooden structures grandfathered in after wooden construction was banned after the Great Chicago Fire in 1871. But its real history started in 1921. When owners turned an Italian restaurant called the Heron Orleans into a speakeasy. Prohibition laws outlawing the sale of alcohol gave rise to some of Chicago's most notorious mobsters. Through this secret entrance, Irish mobster Dean O'Banion, leader of the North Side Gang, stocked the shelves of this hidden basement bar, and many others like it, with plenty of illegal alcohol. Through his bootlegging operations, O'Banion set himself up as a direct rival to mobsters like Al Capone and Johnny Torrio. Like many other establishments at the time, the tavern's door was painted green to signal the presence of a speakeasy, hence the origin of its current name, the Green Door Tavern. Long after Prohibition, new owners of the business happened upon the long-forgotten secret entrance and the unspoiled speakeasy hidden below. They discovered full bottles of wine and liquor supplied by the mob were still sitting on the shelves. The Green Door Tavern stands on the street much as it did back in the days of Al Capone, warts and all. After it was completed in the 1800s, the building settled, leaning as if it were going to fall over. Fire marshals still regularly inspect it to this day, but they never find much beyond the magnificent memorabilia which overflows inside as monuments to a bygone era. And patrons still slip through the wall and head downstairs for some live entertainment. The Speakeasy is now a bar within a bar called The Drifter. A rotating selection of over 100 cocktails are listed, all perfectly legal for the 21 and over crowd. So pull up a seat and eat and drink like a mobster. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone, and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use.
Vote for America. 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome back. Day 2 at the Republican National Convention. Ed Henry with 2 of the best in the business, Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. We had an incredible night.
I'm looking for the other person. No,
who's here?
No, I'm going to take the compliment.
Okay.
I just want to know, which Republican female senator is going to have your dress on tonight?
You know, it remains a mystery.
It was Katie Britt last night.
It was. And it was like
better.
down
No offense,
to
Senator.
like the jewelry, which is very unusual.
Yeah.
So you guys are looking sharp tonight too.
We appreciate it.
We wear
Thanks
our
for that.
Sunday best, as you say.
So I don't know, John, how we topped last night because our viewers were along for the ride. Yeah. And the idea that the 45th president of the United States, just 48 hours or so after nearly being killed, was here in this building just over your right shoulder. And the way this place lit up and Lee Greenwood, it was quite a show.
Yeah, the anticipation at this point last night was palpable. Not quite the same tonight. And of course, we want everybody to watch. We do have a lot of great speakers. We see Senator Rick Scott from Florida speaking right now. But it's more business-like, you know, it's more of a business-like kind of atmosphere tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, because the theme, Bianca, will be Make America Safe Again. There'll be a lot about the border crisis, a lot about crime in America. And what Donald Trump likes to say is that really the two are tied in. He calls it Biden migrant crime. We've seen so many awful cases of young women out there jogging and getting killed by illegal immigrants. And it's just one story after another, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, 2 things I'd like to highlight in taking up on that. That is the family of Rachel Morin will be speaking. And, of course, she is the mother of 5 who is killed. An illegal immigrant is charged. It was in a span of a week where we had her, the arrest of the illegal immigrant there. We had a 12-year-old found dead in Houston. And a little girl in New York was raped in a park, a 13-year-old. That was in a 7-day window under Joe Biden's America. I think what I'm looking forward to today is an interesting thing that 2 candidates who are running against Donald Trump will now be speaking tonight on that stage. Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, and Nikki Haley, who, you know, gave her delegates to Donald Trump the other night, you know, and we're going to see continuing this unity here. Interesting to see, obviously, Senator Rick Scott as well from Florida, big supporter of Donald Trump, was at the courthouse in New York, was one of the many high-profile folks from D.C. who went. So again, encapsulating a huge week, where also his classified documents case has been dismissed, and I think that's kind of what we're looking at, is Donald Trump winning.
You're right, and maybe all three levers of power, the House and Senate as well, which brings us to Rick Scott. We'll get to Haley and DeSantis in a moment. But, John, you've followed this a long time like we all have. And this is kind of an inside story, you know, control of Congress, but it matters from a policy standpoint,
yes.
right? And Rick Scott is one of those behind-the-scenes players. You got John Thune and John Cornyn of Texas who want to be the leader to succeed McConnell. And a lot of our viewers are frustrated that Mitch McConnell was not moving as quickly as Donald Trump in terms of radical change, draining the swamp, that he's a swamp creature, basically. Let's be straight up. And Rick Scott has been sort of sitting back. He wants to maybe be leader. And if he can get if Donald Trump has a mandate and endorses Rick Scott for leader, this could be the next Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah, and you look at the influence that Donald Trump has already had on the House speakership, and now the next logical step in that is having that same type of influence over who they pick in the Senate. Mitch McConnell stood in the way of a lot of what Donald Trump wanted to do. That caused a lot of tension. Donald Trump, if he gets back in the office, he definitely wants to have a wingman as a Republican leader in the Senate.
And he just tapped to Senator J.D. Vance to be his running mate here.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see as well.
That brings me to something interesting. You're so good at this.
I try.
Which is wingman. J.D. Vance is now the running mate. And Joe Biden, I guess, has a wing lady in Kamala Harris. And there's been a lot of speculation before the Republican convention about whether she'll end up being at the top of the ticket. Today, she challenged J.D. Vance to a debate. There had been an agreement before Vance was picked, a loose agreement that there would be one debate, I think, in August with ABC News. John, your thoughts about Kamala Harris saying, I challenge Vance to a debate as we look at Senator Rick Scott continue to make his case for the Republican agenda. A lot of overnight talk about J.D. Vance has been, boy, Kamala Harris better study up. She's had a rough time as vice president, a lot of word salads. And J.D. Vance, when he was in the big Republican
with Tim
primary,
Ryan, yes. If you remember, people might remember that clip. There's a famous clip of a debate between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance, and Tim Ryan tries to corner J.D. Vance on the issue of abortion, and J.D. Vance says unequivocally that he doesn't support. There was a 10-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated. It's a horrible case. It happened in Ohio. J.D. Vance, Tim Ryan tried to pin him down on that issue, saying you wouldn't allow her to get an abortion. He completely debunked that and also said that would have never happened because, like you were talking, that was one of those illegal migrant crimes.
It is.
That little girl was raped by an illegal immigrant. And J.D. Vance, if you watch that clip, it is a master class on how you turn the issue when Democrats want to use abortion as a cudgel. You turn it right back around on them. And that's something else that Donald Trump has been very successful at. People don't give him credit for this enough, but he always talks about late-term abortion and how Democrats want to allow late-term abortions. And that is a way more extreme position when you really get down into it than
and he
where
got
Republicans
personal in that clip because J.D. Vance said, I have a 9-year-old daughter, so I don't need a lecture from you about the difficulty of this issue. And J.D. Vance is aggressive. That's part of the reason Donald Trump wanted a MAGA warrior, clearly, as his number 2, and I think he may have gotten it.
I mean, Kamala Harris, they've tried to put her up with world leaders, and she fumbles every time. So what are we going to expect here on a debate stage here domestically?
There was one brief moment in time when Kamala Harris had a moment during a debate, and it's when she called Joe Biden a racist.
That was her high point.
That was her high point.
And
That's the high water mark for Kamala Harris.
That's actually relevant to this conversation, Bianca, right? Because now, overnight, what the Democratic National Committee wanted to keep saying is, oh, J.D. Vance said bad things about Donald Trump before. Well, your current vice president, that lady right there, as John said, called the sitting president now, Joe Biden, who had been a former vice president, a racist.
He can go after her on that. He can go after her for bailing out BLM protesters. He can go after her for being the border czar, failing at that, never going to the border. Now she's in charge of, they like to say abortion is health care, of course, so women's reproductive rights, so we can see if there'll be a replay of that. They probably, though, won't use, they'll have to be careful because of the misstep with Ryan in that debate as well. They'll know that J.D. Vance is waiting for that. But it's funny, it was Biden who put that in a talking point because they didn't know it was an illegal who had raped this young girl. And then when they found her, they were like, oh, that was probably not a great call. But no, I think there's obviously a lot of strategy that they want Kamala to look like she's this aggressive because let's say right now we do think Joe Biden's running. But But I think they're trying to make her look very strong, just in case there's some type of, I wouldn't put it out there, and of her being like, I'm going to debate, because they're trying to still build up her profile a little bit.
Well, she's got to balance out. I mean, there has to be some sort of gravitas on that ticket. There's none right now with Joe Biden, and they're hoping, I think this is very desperate, I think there might be one person out there, Jennifer Rubin from the Washington Post, who thinks Kamala Harris has a chance in this debate.
Absolutely. Jeff Van Drew.
One person, you say there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
It's like some of those
Sorry,
texts
it's a
you
great
got.
movie clip. What's that?
They're saying there's a chance.
Yes, exactly.
There were men crying about Donald Trump last night, but you weren't getting those texts.
I
you
was
said.
not.
No.
My phone
All
was
right.
not blowing up with men crying like you guys had.
Jeff Van Drew is the congressman from New Jersey, and the reason he'd be out there tonight, obviously, is he was a Democrat who changed parties, became a Republican while Donald Trump was in office. John, your thoughts on whether a blue state like New Jersey, a blue state like New York is in play? Because today, there was a poll that some Trump fundraisers were sharing with me that in Virginia, for example, which has been tilting Democrat back to the Obama years, all of a sudden it looks like Donald Trump may even have a small lead, or it's a toss-up. Minnesota, a blue state that has been trending Trump. This is a big part of what Donald Trump wants to highlight at this convention.
Yeah, I mean, a state like New Jersey for Donald Trump obviously would be a cherry on top of a massive sundae. And if he wins New Jersey, you know he's going to win Pennsylvania. You know he's going to win a state perhaps like Wisconsin, where we are right now. And that's when Donald Trump could really start running up the score in this election. Somebody posted a map of the 1984 election with Minnesota highlighted in blue. That is the kind of fever dream for a lot of conservatives right now. I think it's more important to talk about a state like Pennsylvania and really zero in on that. There was a New York Times poll yesterday that had Donald Trump up by 3 points in Pennsylvania. And that's, the path for Joe Biden to back to the White House is so narrow that he really cannot win if he doesn't win Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. And, speaking about that Reagan map of 84, and we talked last night about your upcoming book, and now you're a bit of a Reagan buff and historian on this. I've spoken to Ed Rollins, who was like the mastermind of the Reagan landslide. And Bianca, what he says is that they went to the Gipper and said, if you go to Minnesota in the final week, we think you'll be you'll run the table, 50 states. And Ronald Reagan said, well, I don't want to do. That's pretty good, right?
That's pretty good.
I don't want to do it to him. It's Walter Mondale's home state.
Wow.
He was, let's at least let the man win his home state. We're going to beat him.
I think Donald Trump should just go all in for the kill. I mean, that's me. I do. I mean, if you're going to do it, finish him, right? I also want to mention New Jersey today. Big breaking news. The Democratic Senator Bob Menendez guilty on bribery, conspiracy charges, gold bars.
That's right.
Luxury car.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Egypt and Qatar there. Influence, there. And
real quick, Chuck Schumer, the Democrat leader, right before we went to air, said that Menendez must step down. That's right. Elise Stefanik is up there. Let's hear from her, one of the rising stars in the GOP.
Always said that this is the most important election in our lifetime. But we know deep down, this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot. Under Joe Biden, the American people have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide-open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities. To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents. You know, I asked one simple question at that hearing. It was not a political question. It was a moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context. President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White House, condemning anti-Semitism and standing strong with Israel and the Jewish people. President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy. And he will bring peace through strength as Commander-in-Chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump. From leading the charge against illegal impeachments, to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump, and we will never give up on the United States of America. God bless you, God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Majority Whip of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota.
Is trying to get. Bianca, it's interesting because Elise Stefanik, there was some early buzz about her, maybe not being on the short list for vice president, but being on the medium list. She was somebody that the former president looked at.
Yeah.
She's been a close advisor, and she stood up to those university presidents on anti-Semitism.
Yeah, it was sort of a defining moment, wasn't it, as we saw it all erupting, and she was the one to really pin it on. President of Harvard, Claudine Gay, no longer president of Harvard, to say, do you condemn it? And, of course, then it sort of spiraled from there. You know, it was advantageous, I think, strategy-wise, is they thought about a woman. She would have been, you know, a state of New York, could have been an interesting option. Again, we know he went the other way. He went with a man, and he went with J.D. Vance, which might say is a very wise move on other things. But I think she still has very bright future ahead. And she has, again, because of that congressional hearing, been able to sort of elevate her platform. And I think she'll be someone that Trump will turn to as well during his second administration if he wins back the White House as well.
Absolutely. John, we were talking about control of Congress. Yeah. We're hearing now from Tom Emmer of Minnesota, who's been pivotal at the National Republican Congressional Committee and other jobs to push the leadership forward, try to elect more Republicans. House GOP majority has been razor thin with some leaving Congress. If Donald Trump, though, all of a sudden really starts pulling ahead in these battlegrounds, he may lift a lot of these boats.
Yeah, he certainly could. And, you know, there was one point in time when it felt like in this election cycle, the House would probably turn back towards Democrats. Republicans might be able, because, again, the way the map sets up, that they might be able to take control of the House. But what's becoming a reality, and what we're seeing before, which we haven't really seen to this quite effect yet, is you see how Donald Trump could affect on the House side, specifically some of these down-ballot races. In the polling information, it doesn't quite show up as much as it does in some of these House races on the Senate side, because you look at a state in like Pennsylvania, for example, Donald Trump is up, but Dave McCormick is losing to Bob Casey in Pennsylvania right now. But I think there's more of it's felt deeper on some of these House races.
Absolutely, and Biden's a drag on a lot of these Democrats in Trump districts carried by Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020. Let's hit the floor. There's a lot of excitement behind us. Our senior correspondent, John Huddy, did a great job last night of finding some of these real Americans who are excited about the new ticket, and excited about what's happening on the floor. John, good evening.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing Lee Lipton, who owns Benny's on the Beach there in the Palm Beach County, and also a congressman from LA. You never know who you're going to run into on the floor. It's just a huge party here. So, you know, it's very exciting, and I got a lot of people. Gentlemen, Lee Lipton here. Good to see you, Congressman.
Hey, Congressman Dale Strong, Alabama. You? It's great to be here. What a night.
I want to bring in a delegate from Texas while I talk to you both. So tell me, first of all, the energy in the room. It's very intense, and yesterday, certainly, when President Trump came in, this is your first national delegation. I want to start with you, Congressman. How is it for you? How has it been?
It's exciting. People in America are tired of what they've got during this administration. Inflation's killing us. The price of fuel's killing us. But the number one issue from one end of this country to another is the southern border. We're fixing to take care of it. As a member representing Alabama, it doesn't matter where you go. It's the number one issue.
Well, speaking of the southern border, you're from Dallas, Texas. I've been to the border quite a bit, to Eagle Pass. I was there when President Trump met with the governor on the border talking about drugs. Tell me your experience. Number one, that's a huge issue in your state. What's it like for you being here? And two, what are the big issues for you that you want to hear about tonight and tomorrow and when President Trump speaks?
Well, being impacted by being in the state of Texas, absolutely number one is the border. You can't have a country if you don't have a border. So, you know, we're talking about making America safe again. The border is number one. We've got to crack down on the drugs that's being, the children that are being trafficked in, as well as the crime that's increasing with the cartel. We've got to get a hold on that border.
And it's a major issue in your state as well. Fentanyl is ravaging people's lives. It's an epidemic, certainly.
You look at it, it has affected every family from A to Z. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. This administration has allowed fentanyl to come in this country at a level never seen before. What we're watching is China and Mexico are teaming to kill a generation of Americans, and it's going to stop on January the 15th.
Congressman, I appreciate
to be with you.
Okay, tell me your name real quick before we go.
AJ Yvette.
All right, AJ, I appreciate it. You've been so patient waiting here with me, and I'm so glad I ran into you. Guys, have fun. All right, I'm going to step out. I'm going to step back because my head is right in the camera. Guys, back to you. Thank you.
All right, John Huddy, we appreciate that report. Great to check in with some Patriots. I think we've got Steve Scalise, the House Majority Leader. Obviously, he knows a little something about the nastiness of the left in terms of getting shot up on that baseball field a couple years back. He's come back strong. Let's hear from him.
I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana. Now, I was born in New Orleans, so I've seen some crazy things in my time. But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline for Russia, but he killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. Sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our military and will end the woke indoctrination in its ranks. We will restore American power and peace. On education, Biden and Harris opposed school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose what their children are taught and where. Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire. Compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. May Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus D's anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our Declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen. It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. That's right. In 4 years, he'll graduate, and he'll join the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it. My friends, we're watching the principles of faith, family, and freedom that once defined our nation now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us, and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless America.
And there he is, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and we're privileged to now be joined by a friend here at Newsmax and Newsmax2, Kat Cammack, a congresswoman from the great state of Florida. Welcome, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much for having me.
We know that Lee Greenwood will be singing soon. We got a little hint, so that would be the only reason I would rudely interrupt you, to hear his wonderful voice. But we want to hear your voice now. We heard in the crowd there, fight, 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 and it's taken on new meaning since Donald Trump held that fist in the air.
Yes, iconic. I mean, and I love that it's taking off. You know, we were talking about it a little bit just before he got off the stage, and I think it's become the rallying cry, not just for the Republican Party, but for the America First movement. And, you know, I would love to see Republicans in the House and the Senate really take that to heart and fight, really work to advance the agenda that they campaign on, rather than saying, you know what, we're going to kick the can down the road a little bit. We can no longer afford to keep kicking the can down the road. So I love that this message of we're going to fight, it has really become the rallying call for the campaign and us moving forward.
Yeah, and it is it's a unifying voice tonight. We'll see Nikki Haley speaking tonight. I'm just curious, as you know, we look towards someone who, you know, had very difficult words for Donald Trump tonight. What are you looking forward to hearing from her tonight to bring together some, you know, cohesiveness here? I know she offered up her delegates, and, you know, there's definitely an olive branch here, but it was an interesting choice to add her, and also DeSantis, who was also a former competitor in this race early on.
Well, you know, I think that, of course, the message has been unity, and I think you really saw, especially after the attempted assassination, this really intense moment where everyone collectively has taken a step back and said, holy smokes, if we don't get this right, if we don't step up in this moment and come together, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but as Americans, we are going to be headed in a place that I don't think we can come back from. So from Nikki Haley and Governor DeSantis tonight, I fully expect to see a very intense, resounding endorsement for President Trump. I expect a message of unity, and, you know, the good Lord willing, the creek don't rise. We're going to see Republicans come together and march right through into November.
And then what do you do after that? Because you know as well as we do that a lot of our viewers will reach out to us on social media and say, why did we elect a Republican House? They don't feel like, not you personally, I'm not picking on you, but that Speaker Johnson and the crew, that not enough has gotten done. What's your answer to that?
You know, oh man, we should have a special segment on this, because if people really knew what goes on behind closed doors in Washington, D.C., I think that they wouldn't stand for it, and we'd have a better outcome in Washington. I want people to be so in tune with what's really happening in Washington, rather than just chasing the headlines, engaging in the entertainment, right? That they become so engaged in the process that they can no longer be fooled. Because I think a lot of times politicians in Washington will hide behind the headlines, and people are just like, well, hey, but what actually are you doing? And they just distract and pivot. So we need to actually get the agenda now, the playbook that we're going to launch immediately once we swear Donald Trump in as the next president. That agenda is what we need to campaign on and then execute. But we have to have a supermajority in order to do that. We can't be one heart attack or one temper tantrum away from not being able to control the House, and that's where we are today. We need to have, and we got to have the Senate too.
Speaking of one heartbeat away, Kamala Harris challenging J.D. Vance to the debate. She wants it set for August 13th. They are,
You laugh.
ready to go. She's ready to go. Take on J.D.
Bless her heart.
Is that a saying from the South? Bless her heart.
We're going to pray for her. I would not want to be on the other side of J.D. Vance in a debate, because this is a man who really represents the Rust Belt of America. He has come from nothing and is now the vice presidential nominee on a ticket. That is only possible in America, where we're about equal opportunity, not equal outcome. And so you're going to see that dichotomy on stage. Equal outcome versus equal opportunity. And I would be very scared if I was Kamala Harris right now.
I want to go back to what you were saying about our viewers would be shocked if they knew what really happens behind closed doors. I know you can't give us the whole deal in a couple of minutes, but are you referring to the money changing hands with the PACs and people promising one thing and then they go to the swamp and they get the campaign money and they'd rather be reelected than do the right thing? What frustrates you the most?
I would say, honestly, there's some members that really would prefer to be in the minority because it's easier. Governing is difficult. It's really difficult to stand up and say, this is what we're putting forward, and we're going to go down this path. I've heard from people that they're like, yeah, I would just prefer to be in the minority. And I've actually heard if we solve problems, then they can't raise money off of them. And so I have really seen some disappointing things in Washington, which is why what I'm doing right now is focusing on expanding the majority in the House so that we have a supermajority for Donald Trump to be able to get his agenda across the finish line. We need to codify his work, because if we just do this by executive order, after 4 years, it'll be gone.
Well, I think one thing is frustrating too, like the impeachment of Mayorkas, didn't go through. We talk about the border. Even the her tapes, Anna Paulina Luna wanted to do inherent contempt, didn't go through. She says she's going to bring it back. I mean, the her tapes are something that Americans, they have no reason to hold those back.
Yeah, and it's silly when you think about the her tapes. It's not that we necessarily need them to prove that Joe Biden is not capable of being commander-in-chief right now. People saw that in the debate. What we need is, did they cover it up? Did they alter the transcripts? That right there is going to prove, just like so many people know, that the cover-up is sometimes worse than the crime.
Absolutely. Well said. Kamek, thanks for coming by.
Such a pleasure.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring John back as well. A lot of big speakers coming up, from Marco Rubio to Nikki Haley, as you mentioned. But Dr. Ben Carson as well. Others from the short list who did not get the VP slot. We got a lot more. Don't go anywhere. N2's coverage rolls on right after this.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
I've lost once or twice, but there ain't no doubt that my luck came through. You came along and I reached out for you. Come on, country, holding a good hand. I bet my life on you. I'm not gonna let go. Now that I found a heart that's true, I just want a full house and a little piece of land, and I walk through life holding a good hand.
Boy, Lee Greenwood just gets better and better with age. And Bianca, he was on with you on Newsmax today. What was that like talking to him?
He's an American treasure, right? Iconic. And I asked him to tell me what it was like when he made eye contact last night with Donald Trump and he's singing God Bless the USA. He wasn't planning on it. They got a call, come in a day early to perform it. And it was amazing to have him on. He's a good friend of the program. I've had him on a few times. I did a story when he did the God Bless the USA Bible. And then you remember Donald Trump was promoting it, and there was all heck broke loose.
Wait, the left went crazy?
Yeah. Talk about God, and they get upset over there.
John, there's always music at conventions, but I feel like this year, she's great. Yeah.
Works with PragerU. She mentioned his band. They are a Nashville band and well known. And you imagine, Nashville, Music City. And if you're going to, this is just great. And they've been playing so many covers, everything from Loverboy to the Eagles, 38 Special. I even think I heard a little Gin Blossoms in there today. Getting all of it.
The acoustics are great.
Yeah.
They've got a reality. They have a reality star, Savannah Chrisley. Why don't we dip in and hear what she has to say?
9 and 726-01019. These may be just numbers to you, but to me, they're my whole heart. These numbers are my parents' identification numbers in our federal prison system. My name is Savannah Chrisley, and you may have seen my family on TV, but for the past decade, we've been consumed with a different kind of drama. My family was persecuted by rogue prosecutors in Fulton County due to our public profile. I know, Fulton County, they know how to do it, don't they? Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs. They accused my parents of fraud when really we were defrauded by a dishonest business partner who, let's not forget, the government gave full immunity to. We suffered warrantless raids and harassment. One of the officials even had my father's face on a dartboard in his office. My parents were sentenced to a combined 19 years. I know. And let me tell you, I got custody of my brother and sister, 10 and 16 at the time. And you don't know heartache until you look 2 children in the eyes and say, I don't know when mom and dad are coming home. I'll never forget what the prosecutor said in the most heavily Democrat county in the state before an Obama-appointed judge. He called us the Trumps of the South. Yeah, hey, it's fun. He meant it as an insult, but let me tell you, boy, do I wear it as a badge of honor. We live in a nation founded on freedom, liberty, and justice for all. Justice, it's supposed to be blind, but today we have a two-faced justice system. Just look at what they're doing to President Trump. All while, let's face it, Hunter Biden is roaming around free and attending classified meetings. Oh, and let's face it, look at what they're doing to countless Christians and conservatives that the government has labeled extremist or even worse. Meanwhile, the Democrats are releasing actual violent offenders who have hurt innocent people. A lawyer of mine, Brett Tolman, who's a former U.S. attorney, he told me about a plaque that hangs in the Department of Justice, and it reads, "The hallmark of fairness in the administration of justice is consistency. The only thing consistent about Democrat justice is how they consistently punish their enemies. That's not justice. Look at what they've done to Steve Bannon. I mean, the man should be at home." Proverbs 24:16 says, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. But the wicked stumble when calamity strikes." It's about time we start seeing people stumble. We need to rise above the persecution. We need to hold rogue prosecutors accountable. There should be no immunity. We need to expose the Democrats' corruption, and better yet, the Biden family's corruption. And guess what? I know just the man for that job. Donald J. Trump has only one conviction that matters, and that is his conviction to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Dallas, Texas, Eric Johnson.
Four years ago, progressive activists stood on my front lawn with the stated goal of intimidating my family. They wanted me to defund the police. I said no. Folks, I grew up in high-crime neighborhoods. What we wanted was more and better policing, not less. As mayor, I knew we needed to increase support for our police department and prioritize violent crime reduction. I'd been a Democrat my entire life, albeit a conservative one. But when those activists tried to scare my kids, my fellow Democrats were silent. It was Republicans who offered their support both privately and publicly. Party affiliation didn't matter. They cared about doing what was right. Today, I'm the proud Republican mayor of Dallas, Texas. The largest city in the United States led by a Republican. I wanted to say I didn't leave the Democrat Party because they left me first, but the truth is, on matters of public safety, the Democrats were never actually there for me, for Dallas families, or for the American people. With their words and their actions, and sometimes with their silence and their inaction, Democrats in power demonstrate they don't care about stopping the killers or the thieves who terrorize black and brown communities. They don't care about securing our border. And they don't care about dangerous homeless encampments. No, the heart of today's woke Democrat Party is with the criminals, not with their victims. Democrats are good at using safe words, but terrible at building safe neighborhoods and safe cities. But there is a better way. Dallas bucked national trends and achieved a remarkable 3 straight years of violent crime reduction. Today, Dallas is viewed as America's safest large city, and Republicans lead 11 of the top 15 safest cities. And that's because Republicans won't be silent about public safety. Folks, let's make our city safe again by supporting Republicans who will stand up and fight for our safety. That's my focus as chairman of the Republican Mayors Association. And you know what else? Together, let's make America safe again by retiring Joe Biden and electing Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worse.
You can see Senator J.D. Vance is in the building. And there is talk that he's going to start going out and do some campaign events on his own over the next couple of days ahead of his big speech tomorrow night when he accepts the VP nomination. Bianca, it's interesting that here he is in the building, and he seems to be warmly received, of course.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an ad. They're bringing him in here today. Definitely, crowd definitely giving a big cheer. I think this weekend there might be the first campaign event in Michigan.
They announced today, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Biden and J.D. Vance.
Trump and J.D. Vance.
I'm sorry.
But that would be news.
That would be news. And they will be talking about Joe Biden.
Biden will be going to Michigan. We know that. Wonder what his tone will be here. Trump and J.D. Vance. Yeah. I like to see sort of them, you know, how excited people are, the delegates. We had a live update with John Huddy from the round. This really is a big party. You can hear the music. We're talking about this. This is high energy, high octane, high hopes for what's going on here. So let's see.
You hear the
J.D.
cheers.
Vance going in. Yeah.
Seems to be heading. I see Sarah Sanders.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
And she is with Eric Trump. Of course, that's the family box where the former president was last night, of course, John.
Yes.
And a little birdie told me a couple hours ago that they are expecting, I'll use the word expecting, former President Trump to make some kind of a drive-by tonight.
All right, will be interesting to see. And you see who else is in that box tonight. Last night we saw a lot of senators. Tonight we see a lot of members of the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene is right there in the green dress. You barely see her arm. That's Elise Stefanik. And she is standing next to former Congressman Lee Zeldin there in the box. And Corey Mills is up in there, too. That's the man in the beard. Well, both men with beards.
Two bearded men.
And this is one of my favorite subplots of this whole thing. J.D. Vance is the first member of a presidential ticket to have a beard since 1893.
What
Benjamin
a fun
Harrison. Yes, I learned that yesterday. So he broke in the beard ban. Beards are back.
Well, and it was funny because I think Brian Kilmeade did a radio interview with Donald Trump before this election about a week and a half ago. And he said, hey, we're hearing you don't like beards. so you won't pick Vance. And he said, that's not true. He said, I think he looks like a young Abe Lincoln. And as it turns out,
You know, it's going to be a talk in the campaign trail because Congressman Russell Fry was on with me earlier, and he goes, I have a better beard. And I said, I don't know. We'll have you both next to each other, and we can kind of do a side-by-side. So it will be some good fodder there.
Maybe Donald Trump will implement the Steinbrenner rule when he gets in the Oval Office and make him shave it out.
It's funny you know that. George Steinbrenner did not like facial hair and banned it.
I think I was talking. Go ahead.
Any Amber Rose update? Have you been?
I don't have any Amber Rose update. I just got a little feedback though from a friend of mine who thought that she was
good.
Very good.
She was good, and I will tell you, I spoke about this on my program. I was very skeptical of this, but she really turned me. And the thing she said last night about her father. Like, what father wouldn't want to have their child say that about them on a stage in a forum like this? It just, I maybe got a little misty.
And then
more men crying.
For being very open on. I said May. I'm May. May. I was on. You saw. I was on camera. Man.
There we go.
It was close.
I don't know if anyone witnessed that.
What a great party atmosphere. This music, and you see J.D. Vance with Lee Zeldin, as mentioned earlier. There's also some news from a substantive standpoint. We can listen to the music. Joe Biden, who took a couple days off, Bianca, from the campaign trail after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, is now back out there. He's in Las Vegas today. And among the things he's saying is that he wants drastic reform to the Supreme Court. What's he doing here? He's trying to lock down the nomination, but because the left hates that the court has tilted right, Biden is now talking about radical reform, that we would have term limits on Supreme Court justices, like you would no longer have a lifetime nomination, which would be a big change. He wants strict ethics reforms. Read, I'm attacking Clarence Thomas and other conservative justices who have been targets of the left in recent months and years. What do you make of Joe Biden all of a sudden?
It's all timing. It's the presidential immunity, which now led to Eileen Cannon, and Clarence Thomas, obviously, one of the parts of that was critical of, what went on with Special Prosecutor Jack Smith, led to the dismissal of this. It's all timing. I think everyone sees it. Donald Trump sees it. He put out a statement today on Truth Social. If we have it, I think we'll put it up in case folks missed it. When
he
they
said
lose,
it's unconstitutional.
which it is. They're desperate. They're attempting to interfere in our presidential election, destroy our justice system, attacking our political opponent, me, and our honorable Supreme Court. We heard them about packing the court. AOC also filed those articles of impeachment. It's just not, it is unconstitutional, Ed. And it also is showing now how desperate they really are. And why would it's also so blatant now. They want to dismantle the institutions in America.
But they said that about Donald Trump.
Right.
They said they needed guardrails against him, and they needed to save democracy. But to Bianca's point, it's the left that's trying to dismantle things.
And it's this. And again, it's something so fundamental that Joe Biden is willing to burn down the Supreme Court just to secure another term. This is a desperation move. And it comes on the heels, like you said, Bianca, of the Eileen Cannon ruling and the Clarence Thomas decision. This is revenge from Joe Biden. And I also think it's just like everything else that they are doing in their campaign, it is reactive, not proactive. It is catch up. They are not in the lead. And this is a particularly dangerous one. It also comes when Joe Biden announces this rent control program.
I didn't see that.
Yes, today he announced at the NAACP conference that he wanted to cap rent increases, and he wants to go after landlords, as if the real estate market isn't in enough trouble, and Joe Biden now wants to get involved. I mean, these are things that fascists do. They set price controls. They overturn Supreme Court. And here we have the Democrats calling Donald Trump a fascist.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's often, as Donald Trump has said, that the left accuses you of what they're guilty of.
They need talking points. They need them desperately, so they're trying to give away, free rent or, pander. But didn't he also say to Lester Holt, too, how he was able to push that student loan forgiveness in, even though that also is not legal either. So if your talking point can't be Donald Trump is Hitler and a threat to democracy, and it can't be he's a convicted felon, they're trying to get some other things that they can, drum up. A lot of this comes, too, to Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. Well, they want to pack the court, too,
and
by the way.
He said,
they want to add more justices so they can put more Democrats.
And he specifically said, if I'm reelected, Biden said, I believe in Michigan, I will reinstate Roe v. Wade as the law of the land.
Hang on. Some breaking news. We have video of Donald Trump dancing. Can we see what they're up to there? I think we're going to have that party atmosphere. Let's listen in.
So good. Look at the crowd, too. Dancing along.
Donald Trump might be the first U.S. president to have his own signature move, right?
And his own playlist.
In his own playlist, his own signature move. If folks are familiar, they may have seen some of these reports. Ed, you know this, and Bianca, you've probably seen it too. Late night at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump will be seen at his table with his iPad, shuffling through the village people, Andrea Bocelli. Quite a diverse
and the
Broadway
rally
show,
has,
too.
The rally, you can go by it. You know, Gloria.
Here we go. It looks like the kids are coming out. Looks like the Trump kids are coming out.
Wait a second.
Wow.
Oh, I told you.
It's like a WWE, like a WWE announcer. Oh my God, here he goes. Surprise, surprise.
Folks, this is a real shock here. He's back.
There they are, the ticket, right? It's pointing at J.D. Vance.
Mogul is in the building. That was his Secret Service nickname.
Mogul. That's right.
Yes.
You guys can read lips, right?
Yeah. We do like that John Boy meeting.
Yeah, there's a good website for that in sports. What is he saying? I missed.
Tom Emmer, right there.
Man, you can see how pumped up this crowd is.
Corey Mills and Anna Paulina Luna also right behind there.
Yeah.
Donald Trump saying I had a delicious bratwurst earlier. No.
But look at those two together, huh? How about let that breathe? They seem comfortable together, obviously.
Terribly. I made one of the worst mistakes of any president in history when he told illegals to come here and search our border. I would in fact make sure that there is, we immediately search the border. And search they did. 10 million, more than the population of 40 U.S. states.
All right, you get the idea. They're going to do some videos here and there, and you see plenty of campaign ads. What you don't see a lot of is a former president walking in with a bandage for the second night in a row, John, just over your shoulder. And the crowd, it was 2 hours earlier than last night. And that dance video that we just thought was spontaneous was a little intro, I guess, to bring him in. And boy, this crowd is so excited to see him.
And I don't know who's producing this program tonight, but they deserve a lot of credit because what you just saw there, you bring in Donald Trump on a jubilant mood, you show the video of him dancing, everyone gets in a good mood, and then they very quickly pivot to a poignant story here about crime. This migrant crime issue is a big deal. And the juxtaposition of Donald Trump dancing, having a good time, then just a few moments later, We see Joe Biden tripping and falling, shaking hands with the air. That is the choice that America is faced with right now.
Strength
a man who
against
can kill
weakness.
Qasem Soleimani, but also cut a rug out there. That's what Donald Trump is to a lot of Americans.
What was your favorite move? I kind of like when he just does a...
I
Does
love
he have
that.
another move?
I don't know if he has another
Well,
move.
he also
Ed.
does it. It's wider.
It's a steering wheel,
Yeah,
and then
it's
you know, a little punch. Yeah, the speed bag and the steering wheel, maybe.
It's amazing. I mean, how do you not love that? He doesn't take himself too seriously.
That's
you
the
know,
key,
and that's
right?
Joe
what it is.
Biden
He's
could
like-
never dance. And we've seen, I shared this picture with you guys, we've seen the new orange Joe Biden, and the next maybe we're going to see him with a bandage on his ear
people
as
have been
he
joking
tries
about
to
he's
catch
going to
up
copy.
to Donald Trump.
But the broader point that John made a moment ago.
Oh, there's a little dancing. They dance while America's on fire.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Well,
yeah.
but the strength that you see with Donald is Ted Cruz on the stage.
Yep. Yeah, that Kamala clip, that was right after October the 7th. All right, folks, we're listening.
God bless Donald J. Trump. And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Marin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungary, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by two men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it. We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former law enforcement officer.
A rousing speech there from Senator Ted Cruz. They're going to have some more real Americans hitting the stage. We'll work some of those in as well. Quick thought from you, John, because, you know, we're going to hear from Nikki Haley in a short time, as well as Ron DeSantis, former rivals. It's hard to remember sometimes. Ted Cruz was a bitter rival in 2016, right, and now they're pretty close, Donald Trump. So he's done this before and brought people in.
Yeah, I don't see Nikki Haley coming around quite the same way. I mean, let's just be honest. I don't see her quite coming around. And she has to be conscious of what is in this room tonight. I think she's got a difficult task, because if she changes her act too much, she's going to sound like, you know, a completely different person, inauthentic. And if she goes with her old line, she's going to get booed off the stage.
People
tonight.
won't like her here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if she reads the room.
Yeah.
You know, interesting that some of the comments, though, that Ted Cruz was just saying, and, you know, every damn day the country is less safe. The theme tonight is Make America Safe Again. And it weighs on my heart as a mother to think of the tragedies. The Morin family will be speaking tonight. I mean, these are people. These are innocent Americans. Just like, let that sink in. Joe Biden has allowed terrorists into our country.
He's not doing anything to stop it.
Nothing. And they tried to, and you know, the media also has been complicit in sort of saying, well, he signed this executive order, and now look at everything's down.
Yep.
It's horrific. And every day there's another tragedy, it seems like, and you just pray for these people.
Every damn day, as we heard.
Yeah.
Let's get some thoughts and analysis from our friend Daniel Lippman at Politico. He's a White House and Washington reporter. Daniel, welcome into the conversation. And it's interesting, for the second night in a row, we're seeing the former president front and center so quickly after this assassination attempt, Daniel, and this crowd is loving every minute of it.
Days ago that he was wondering whether he should delay his trip to Milwaukee, recuperate more, but he did not do that. And so he is here in the evening. And what I thought was interesting about the Ted Cruz speech is, remember, 8 years ago when Cruz spoke to the Republican convention, he was roundly booed by the audience because he declined to endorse Trump. And so he got a much better reception this time. Last time, he had talked about voting your conscience in November, which people took as code for don't vote for Trump if you don't want to. And this time he is a changed man.
Daniel, do you expect a similar message than the one you just talked about from Nikki Haley? I mean, will she give a full throat? I mean, she has endorsed Donald Trump, if I'm not mistaken.
She gave a speech with a brief endorsement some weeks ago. Yeah. But will it be full-throated, to your point, right?
Right. And will she also get behind J.D. Vance? Obviously, their foreign policy is much different. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, she's still going to talk about how we have to have a strong America and reflect her foreign policy positions, which are not going to go away. But she wants to have a future in this Republican Party. She may run against J.D. Vance in 2028 for president again and see if she has better luck next time. But she needs to stay in the fold. And so it'll be interesting to see if you can define full-throated. But I'm sure it's going to be an enthusiastic endorsement of Trump, who she worked for, remember, as UN ambassador, and who she theoretically could be a Secretary of State in the Trump administration. And so I think Trump has said in the past that he wants Haley to have potentially have a role. And so, but she has to do her part tonight as well.
Well, the only thing I want Bianca to join is I think Rick Grinnell is really the leading contender for Secretary of State, because he's more in tune with what Donald Trump wants around the world, as opposed to Nikki Haley's much more of almost like a neocon philosophy. But I get your broader point, Daniel.
You know, remember Nikki Haley, Donald Trump put her in as UN ambassador, and at one point she said, I'll never run against Donald Trump.
Right.
Trump really values loyalty, and those who've been loyal to him probably will be back in this administration. Maybe we'll see a Tom Homan, there.
We will.
We will see it.
And you know, so I think that was sort of telling also about her character. Now, listen, politics, we understand. It can be a blood sport. But remember, she would not drop out. Remember, she kept saying that we were there the nights of the primary.
We were waiting for her.
She was like,
no.
She kept saying I won, and she came in second or third. Daniel, you remember
Even
those
in
nights? She kept spinning it. Remember that night she came down? I think it was New Hampshire, and Donald Trump had one speech that was United maybe, and he came down and said, "I'm watching in my hotel room, and this woman says she won. She didn't win anything." Daniel, he was pretty fired up.
Yeah, no, I think she was milking that campaign for a long time and waiting until it seemed like the writing was in big bold letters on the wall, telling her to drop out. And so it takes a while sometimes for politicians to recognize reality. Just look at Joe Biden and the opposition he faces in his own Democratic Party, although he's in a stronger position than Nikki Haley ever was.
Absolutely.
Now, she's smart. And but like she's inclined
he had
to
a
do what's
nickname for her, though.
She's good. Yeah, he did. But she's going to do what behooves her. And remember, we thought, does she want just a really big board seat? What is she angling for? Does she want to go and have this big, what's her next
Well, that was
phase?
part of the divide. She was making all this defense contractor money. And the America First crowd, Daniel, didn't like that too much. And I understand why.
It didn't, although we're all in Milwaukee, and there's lots of lobbyists falling around, hundreds or thousands of lobbyists making their connections. I see it every single day here. And so I guess the swamp hasn't been fully drained. But if you're Nikki Haley thinking about if you want to be on a board seat, then it behooves you to have those relationships with the Trump inner circle to...
That's right. All right, Daniel. We got to wrap it. Let's hear from the former president. Thank you, Daniel Lippman. Here's the former president with the video.
Blue Lives Matter.
What happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iowa Attorney General Brenna Byrd.
All right, so the Iowa Attorney General's coming in. You know, John, when you hear that video where he says, look, I want to make sure that if you want to early vote, which Republicans used to be against,
yes,
I just want you to vote legally.
Right.
If it's early, if it's game day, but let's make sure you do it legally. It's similar to what he says on immigration. Not against immigration if it's legal.
Right.
I'm against the illegal immigration. He doesn't want any kind of cheating, any kind of fraud. He wants to make sure if you're going to get a mail-in ballot that it's all on the up and up.
What a radical idea, wanting everyone to vote legally. Wow. I do think this is an important moment to mention this change, because Donald Trump has shifted on this. We heard it last year at CPAC, I believe, was the first time he started to open up to the idea of early voting and realize it's important now, because what we always see on Election Day is Republicans build a lead, and then they start counting the mail-in ballots. And Democrats somehow miraculously come from behind. Republicans have got to get in on that game and make sure every vote is counted. I want to say something real quick, too, about Brenna Byrd. When everybody in Iowa was starting to back Ron DeSantis, Brenna Byrd stood with Donald Trump. And she was a loner out there. And I had a chance to talk to her yesterday. She's an interesting woman and very smart, and I think she's got a bright political future.
Well, Bianca made the point about loyalty a moment ago. This is why she has a speaking slot. To John's point, she was loyal to Donald Trump, and now she's front and center tonight.
Yeah, and there was a time, guys, remember, when he was getting indicted and things were getting thrown at him, and people, there was a time when people, looked at others and maybe decided, for their own political future to distance themselves a little and go with it, endorse somebody else or keep silent, like we saw for a long time with Kevin McCarthy. And
Donald Trump knows, he's got a list like Santa Claus. He's been checking it twice. He knows who's been naughty, John, and who's been nice.
I've had her on my show a few times too. Very smart. Obviously follows the letter of the law, just like Matthew Whitaker, also of Iowa. And they're good folk. And Iowa, obviously first in the nation. The caucus, the people there, they're real Americans. And I just think that
Doesn't
there's something.
Doesn't that seem like a million years ago?
It really does.
The Iowa caucuses.
It was only January, February range, right? It wasn't that long ago. I want to ask a question though first, John, to you, and hear what Bianca thinks. A lot of time spent about, well, what's Nikki Haley's future? What's Ron DeSantis' future? Because a year ago it was, maybe he's the nominee. Does he have any kind of a path? If it's Trump-Vance and they win, Does he have any reasonable shot to take on a J.D. Vance down the road?
You have to think that Ron DeSantis was a little taken aback by the J.D. He's got to be thinking about that. You know, they're living in Florida. A lot of people, this was a rallying cry I heard from so many Republicans. We love Ron DeSantis. It's not his turn. He should wait till 2028. Now that whole entire plan has been upended. And you have, I mean, and this, again, it's interesting to think about the competition. But can you name two Democrats like J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis that would be going, you know, of a similar caliber who have legislative records or, you know, like Ron DeSantis' legislative record is amazing. You know, this time of the year, you live in Florida, you're not paying tax on chemicals for your pool, vacations. He does these little things. That hasn't translated into a national type platform. It didn't work out for him, for Ron DeSantis, but he's an effective legislator.
No, he's been kind of a giant as governor, but
he might be getting squeezed out. Yeah.
But he was far from a giant as a candidate. I mean, there turned out to be a not too much behind the curtain there. I mean, he fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, the Twitter launch went very wrong. But remember, he was always, people wondered who was advising him. He always kept his circle so insular. So I'm sure, and, you know, living in Florida, you know, we cover him and the governor as well, not, you know, national level, but also knowing some of the, you know, and talk from locals. And, you know, you wonder who advised him that this was the right time to go now, and could have been a different, you know, time if he had just waited a little bit more, longer. And, obviously, there are some great upsides in Florida, but now look at all the people who may be running for governor of Florida.
Absolutely.
All the names that have been bandied about
Matt
here.
Gaetz, Byron Donalds.
Byron Donalds, Jimmy Patronis. I mean, that's
So
a
here you
coveted
go.
job.
Pardon me, but we have Nikki Haley to the stage. Donald Trump is waiting like we are to hear what she has to say. Let's go.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her. For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the Commander-in-Chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet, and I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies
do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong. They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized, he's been sued, he's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state. Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
All right.
Wow.
A rousing speech from Ron DeSantis, John.
Yeah, I was actually here in the arena earlier this morning, and Ron DeSantis was going through his run-through, and he was reading that speech in a very monotone fashion. And I was thinking about it. I was like, Ron DeSantis, a baseball player, is a guy who probably took a lot of batting practice. He just strikes me as that type of guy, always very well prepared. He was just going through his swing nice and slow this morning.
Getting
and
ready.
he stepped up to that podium and hit a home run tonight. Ron DeSantis, I think, we were just talking about this kind of pretend competition, this hypothetical situation where you have Ron DeSantis up against J.D. Vance for the 2028 nomination. And I think Ron DeSantis just sent a shot, out there saying, hey, I'm still here.
Right.
I'm still relevant. I still have a very strong legislative record, and don't forget about me.
And we'll see how J.D. Vance does as vice president, if that's what happens. We'll get to Haley in a minute. What do you think of DeSantis?
By the way, we're voting Donald Trump Baby as a song. You're going to hear this a lot on social media, and the crowd is
That's
crazy.
Forgiato Blows, got a great song,
Yeah.
and it looks like your close personal friend Amber Rose is in the
Amber
video.
Rose is in the video. But look at this, how youthful, and I believe that's the, the video there. Cool. It's interesting, right?
I mean, we've seen Foggiato Blow emerge as this kind of character in MAGA world, and
MAGA
you see him at
Milwaukee
CPAC, right?
loves it.
They love
tonight
it.
they're loving this.
You see it at CPAC, and I saw him on the convention floor yesterday, and I just, this is the evolution of the Republican Party right here.
It certainly is, and they're getting some younger voters. Go ahead.
I was looking at Donald Trump smiling. What joy he must have. His competitors, they've all fallen, and here they are.
It was
to
like
come
The
and give
Apprentice,
him
and he
the
won.
accolades tonight. Ron DeSantis looked great. He sounded really good. Florida is doing amazing. The woke mind virus
But
landed
where was that
well.
Ron DeSantis a year ago?
Martha's Vineyard landed very well.
Yeah,
I
that's a
think
good
because
point,
he has
Ed.
nothing to lose, though. Like, there's the pressure's off him now a little
Right.
bit in a way that he's,
But again,
kind of loosening up.
I don't want to play too much up because it's 4 years away, right? But Ron DeSantis has obviously learned this is an evolution for him. And he already has that ground game in Iowa. He already has those contacts. But we'll just leave it there.
Yeah, there you go.
Because tonight it's about Donald Trump
Do you
and J.D.
remember,
Vance.
you remember when he was losing for his governor's race and Donald Trump came in and endorsed him?
Yeah.
And I feel like tonight, Donald Trump, it really was an olive branch. Like, come speak, and a little kumbaya moment.
It
and
gets back to
smiling.
loyalty.
Yeah.
Donald Trump did not like that Ron DeSantis forgot that he would have never been governor without Trump's endorsement.
Exactly.
This is Senator Eric Schmidt. We might dip in a minute, but I want to get to Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
John, your thoughts?
I commented it was a longer speech, and you were right to reply. Well, she had some delegates, so she could cast those in for a little bit longer
more time than others.
But she started out where I think she needed to start it out, and that is Donald Trump has my full endorsement. We were talking with Daniel Lippman about what that might actually look like, and it's hard to get more full-throated than what we heard from Nikki Haley. And I think she also got, we were talking about this, so how does she maintain some sense of authenticity? I think she did that well. We saw the real Nikki Haley up there on the stage, and I think this is an important point, too, for a lot of people out there right now that haven't previously liked Donald Trump, were thinking they were never going to vote for him again, but see the contrast with Joe Biden. Nikki Haley says, I don't agree with Donald Trump on everything, but I don't need to agree with him on every issue to vote for him. That's a message, too, that they want to get out there to those
and it was
voters.
a pitch to moderate Republicans, what John's saying, where she said, look, I want to speak to people who voted for Haley and agree with Trump maybe on 60% or 80%. And she said, you don't have to agree with him 100%. Bianca, and
it's a
she's
helpful
right.
message because she's speaking to the folks in New Hampshire who maybe didn't voted for her and not Donald Trump. So it's also smart for Donald Trump to enlist her to put that message out here too. So there's like a lot of 3D chess going on here. She did say my fellow Republicans twice. Was she booed when she walked out, or was there some like little?
There were some boos. I heard.
Yeah, there was.
Not widespread, but there were boos.
They
weren't
booing. They were saying. I'm trying to do. They were trying to say Lou.
Yes.
I'm a Yankees fan. Lou Pinella. They say Lou.
The speech was only like 12 minutes, so it might have felt a little long. Maybe it was
most of these speeches, comparatively to some of the other speeches, they're like 4 or 5 minutes.
It was long for this, but yeah, I think her coming right out of the gate too. To your point, saying yes that you don't have to agree with 100%, but she came right out of the gate and said, "Here's my full endorsement." So let's put that on the table, put it to rest. They did start breaking out into USA chants, so a lot of patriotism, I think, during the speech, kind of talking about you don't have to, you have to be strong and safe, not to start new wars. I think she hit all her points there. She was very authentic, as what you said.
Yeah. What about the reaction of Donald Trump? We just see snippets, but I saw him mouthing, "She's right." At one point she said, Putin never would have went into Ukraine. Donald Trump says that all the time. They agree on that. And he turned to J.D. Vance or someone and said, "She's right."
Yeah. Well, there's a director who's doing a great job up there switching the cameras, and I personally wish we had a camera on Donald Trump the whole time because it's been fun watching his reactions.
I have a couple friends texting me, and I want to make sure our audience knows these are the biggest Donald Trump fans. They're not criticizing him. But a couple of my friends are saying he looks a little tired, that it's probably hard to sleep after you've been shot at and lived. You think about it.
Think about this,
Might be on pain meds.
Think about this, too.
Just for...
The ones who actually did jump on Donald Trump were the big dudes. And these men are probably all over 200 pounds. So you have 4 200-pound men jumping on top of you. That's got to affect you.
Can I tell you something?
And all the emotions as well.
The largest one, Sean, who has, in the iconic photos, he's on the right, very tall, big, wearing sunglasses. He's the lead agent, follows him around Palm Beach and everywhere. My understanding from a source is that when Donald Trump was saying, "Get my shoes," it's because Sean tackled him with such force to get him to the ground to help save his life. That Donald Trump is telling friends in the last couple of days he has a giant bruise on his side from hitting the ground. He's not angry about it. He's appreciative. But, Sean is like a linebacker.
Yeah.
This is a 77-year-old man, too, being able to take a spear-type tackle from a linebacker who is a Secret Service agent, and here he is. So, I mean, I think, too, there's that, and obviously the emotions of all of this. Not just the thought about the shooting, but actually being here in this moment by that millimeter that saved his life.
And our team is doing a great job of the video, cutting that from earlier when he arrived. That does not look like a 70-something-year-old man who was just tackled and shot. He's walking fine. He's strong. It's the opposite of Joe Biden.
Yeah, and I think, too, I'm sure he's around. Listen, he's got to be around he's around his family. We know that. He's around his loved ones. He's just made this huge pick to be his running mate. So he's setting the course legally. He had a big win this week. So I think there's been, if he's a little exhausted or looks a little tired, man, who wouldn't be after all this?
Here's Senator Tom Cotton. He was talked about as a potential VP, very strong with his military record on defense. Let's take a listen to Senator Cotton.
2020 yet, but his family could. Manuel proudly told his contractor that they had just cast their first votes for president. For whom? Donald Trump, of course. When asked why, Manuel gestured to the parking lot and responded, "Have you seen my new pickup? And did you know that my brother and sister both have full-time jobs? With Trump, we've had more work than ever. Things are good." Manuel became a citizen last year, and he's excited to vote for the first time for Donald Trump. By contrast, after Joe Biden and the border czar, Kamala Harris, reversed President Trump's immigration policies and welcomed a third world invasion, I traveled to our border. What did I see? The body of a migrant drowned in the Rio Grande. Human traffickers on the southern bank taunting the Border Patrol. Migrants huddled under a bridge. I asked them why they came. None said persecution. Most said for a job. A few admitted because they could get in. Another answered with one simple word: Biden. My flight home the next day was full of these migrants. And you, all of you, paid for their tickets. That's our choice. A secure border and an immigration system that works for all of our citizens, whether your ancestors bled with George Washington, or like Manuel in Arkansas, you just took the oath of citizenship, or Joe Biden's chaos. Donald Trump said, you can't have a nation without borders, and he defended those borders. Joe Biden thinks borders are racist. Donald Trump will secure our border once again. Donald Trump banned travel to America from terrorist-infested countries. Joe Biden allowed ISIS to smuggle terrorists in. Donald Trump will protect America once again. Donald Trump insisted that immigrants must stand on their own 2 feet, the oldest principle of American immigration. Joe Biden gave migrants welfare, free hotels, and more. Donald Trump will stop migrant welfare once again. Donald Trump ended bogus asylum claims. Joe Biden created an app to let illegals schedule their arrival. Seriously. Donald Trump will stop this migrant fraud once again. Donald Trump cracked down on hiring illegals. Joe Biden let illegals take American jobs. Donald Trump will protect America's workers once again. So what choice will we make? Will we choose Joe Biden, open borders, amnesty, and chaos? No, of course not. We'll choose Donald Trump and his record of security, prosperity, and stability. As Manuel said, things were good with Donald Trump, but everything has gone to hell under Joe Biden. But this Biden chaos will end soon, because it's time for us to elect President Trump to secure our border and to make America great again. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Coyle from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Michael Coyle. I'm from Philadelphia, in an area of Kensington, one of the worst neighborhoods in America. Kensington has long struggled, but in the last few years, things have gotten much worse. Our streets are plagued by drugs. You'll find human feces in front of your business or someone lying dead on your front steps. Politicians say nice things or clean up the streets for a couple weeks in an election year or when someone famous visits or even when there's bad news. But as soon as the politicians are no longer afraid for their jobs, we are no longer afraid for our lives. Our children grow up seeing this, thinking it's normal. But there is nothing normal about this. This should not be the norm happening in the richest nation on earth. As a dad and small business owner, I had to do something. I started a nonprofit to improve the neighborhood I love and shared videos online of the horror we live with. In just one day, in one park, where our kids passed to reach the public library, we picked up over 1,000 needles. 1,000. This is unacceptable. Philadelphia is not just my home, but the birthplace of the nation, where our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. This is not a tragedy for just my city, but for our nation. My city and all cities deserve better. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones who opened our southern border and allowed Chinese fentanyl to pour in unconditionally. And life is only getting worse. Philadelphians aren't dying off fentanyl. They are dying off fentanyl as well. They are now using something called tranq, which is literally rots the flesh of the users. Do you know what the smell of rotting flesh smells like? The people of my city do. In Donald Trump, I see a leader who will end the urban nightmare. I ask you to join me in supporting him this fall, because a vote for President Trump is a vote to restore our cities and to make America safe again. Thank you. Kensington Beach for Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aaron Coper from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
That's right. Good evening. My name is Aaron Coper. I'm a grassroots organizer, a proud Republican woman, and a longtime resident of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm here to urge Americans to re-elect President Trump and make America safe again. But I'm also here with a warning, because in recent years, I've had a front row seat to the chaos caused by Democrats and their soft on crime policies. Democrat Mayor Ed Gainey, Congresswoman Summer Lee, and especially Socialist County Executives Sarah Innamorato have demoralized and disrespected our police while unleashing criminals into our communities. The Pittsburgh Police Department has shrunk from 991 officers in 2020 to 750 at the end of last year. Response times are soaring. One city worker got mugged at gunpoint and raced to a police station, but no one was there to help. The Democrats have given Pittsburgh defund the police on steroids. The result is crime and chaos. There were 122 murders in my county in 2022, one of the deadliest years on record. Drug deaths are also near record highs. But statistics don't tell the full story. I've been chased by drug dealers on my own street. I've seen filthy tent cities pop up on my block. I've talked to business owners who find human waste, used needles, and shell casings outside their shops. I've felt the chill of fear as a woman when I'm alone in a parking garage or on the street. What the Democrats did to San Francisco, they're doing to my city. But law-abiding citizens are fighting back and saying no more. I saw this when Pittsburgh Republicans, independents, even Democrats came together to beat Soros prosecutor last November. It can happen again this November. If we stand together, we will beat the soft-on-crime Democrats and make our streets safe again. We can re-elect President Trump, and we can save our cities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American mom and funder.
Hi, my name is Ann Fundner, and I am the wife and mother of 4 children. I'm standing here today to share the tragic reality of open borders. I'm here to share the story of my firstborn son, my everything, my Weston. My family and I were living in Southern California when President Biden took office and opened our borders. My Weston was 15. He was an amazing big brother to his 3 younger siblings. Weston attended church twice a week, played football and hockey, and he loved to surf. He had a big heart, and he lived to make people laugh. He had so many good friends. And I was always vigilant to be the best mother that I could be. I was room mom, school ambassador, and I attended all of his sports. We had family dinners and barbecues at the beach. And like most teenagers, Weston wanted to fit in. And in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something that someone gave to him, and it took my baby's life. We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son. And on February 27th, 2022, our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose, it was a poisoning. His whole future, everything we ever wanted for him was ripped away in an instant. And Joe Biden does nothing. I hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the border czar, what a joke, and Gavin Newsom and every Democrat who supports open borders responsible for the death of my son. you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the tens of thousands of American innocent children. For that alone, they should be voted out of office. The highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers, and stop Communist China from poisoning our children. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue. We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations. This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you. Thank you. But we can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mourn family.
So remarkable, so emotional. Ann Funder talking about her young son dying to fentanyl abuse at 15. Let's go to the Marin family, an illegal immigrant crime story that's also remarkable.
Went for a walk in one of our family's favorite places. This beautiful trail was to us a safe place where we pushed our babies in strollers, where we walked together as a family, where my wife and I got married, near what would later become the spot where my sister's body was found. Rachel, a joyful, accomplished athlete and mother of 5, was raped and murdered by a suspected illegal immigrant. This was described as among the most brutal and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous. But there is nothing compassionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet, to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences. He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership. And we need real leadership back in the White House. What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss is our faith in Jesus Christ. And as brutal as the murder of my sister was, I pray that her killer will find Jesus Christ. For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good, to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. I pray that we hold worldly leaders accountable for safety and justice, for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life. Thank you. God bless America. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madeleine Brame from New York.
Hey, what's going on? Do you have a portable charger? Oh, Matt. Does anyone have a portable charger?
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, illegal means illegal.
My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. crimes. And we need accountability for prosecutors who failed in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
I got to tell you,
Wow.
you see Sarah Sanders walking on the stage as well, another rising star in the GOP governor.
But we got to take a step back and just talk about what we just heard.
That speech was unbelievable. Go ahead.
We've heard Sarah Huckabee Sanders speak before, but I don't think we've heard anything like that at the convention thus far. The bar has been raised. That story was stirring, and the way she delivered that speech, calling out Joe Biden and Kamala Harris directly, hitting on all the points that Donald Trump has been hitting about, taking opportunities away from these minority communities. What Joe Biden is doing, a sharp contrast to what she experienced under the leadership of Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Her son, a U.S. Army veteran, you know, this is incredible, the power that she was actually at the Bronx rally as well. And, you know, she's...
And Alvin Bragg is in the middle of the story.
It is. And, you know, she is speaking from her heart. Her son had 3 children. Every single one of those stories, the building of them here, the mother who lost a 15-year-old son, Ann Funder, who says, I'm doing this, I've already lost my son, I'm doing this for you. The family of Rachel Morin, the brother speaking about how this was the most horrific crime in Maryland. But, you know, what I was so remarkable about him, he wove faith into it and saying that he has faith in Jesus. It's very hard for someone, I think, so close to this, to do this. All of them had a tragedy, all of them processing it, but it does come back to make America safe again.
It does, and Ann Funder as well, who tragically lost her 15-year-old son. That was a stirring story as well. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up on deck, Dr. Ben Carson. We'll get to all that right after this.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
It's a region of the world that has known little peace since the beginnings of recorded history. But in September of 1978, President Sadat of Egypt, Prime Minister Begin of Israel, and President Carter of the United States set out to change that. Initiated by the Egyptian leader's proclamation that he would be willing to travel anywhere, even Jerusalem, to seek peace, President Carter persuaded the two former enemies to meet with him at Camp David to seek a lasting peace. On the 17th of September, 1978, the Camp David Accords were signed, returning the Sinai to Egypt and creating a framework by which Palestinians could have autonomous and self-governing control over the West Bank and Gaza. During the announcement, President Carter was clear more work needed to be done.
The questions that have brought warfare and bitterness to the Middle East for the last 30 years will not be settled overnight.
In 1978, President Anwar Sadat and Prime Minister Menachem Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter's Nobel Prize would come later in 2002 for his decades of work seeking solutions to international conflicts. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today. Vote for America. 2024. The Republican National Convention.
And welcome back. We've got the home stretch here on night number 2 for the Republican National Convention. Coming up on Dr. Ben Carson and Senator Marco Rubio, first of all, 2 people who were on the short list but didn't get the VP nod.
No, and the one who did is sitting right there next to Donald Trump, and they've already scheduled their first event. We know this weekend it'll be an indoor rally. It'll be in Grand Rapids, Michigan. J.D. Vance is the man who got the vice presidential pick. Dr. Ben Carson has been... You know, there's a remarkable clip that kind of resurfaced recently when they didn't call him out to a debate stage one year, and Donald Trump was the only one out of all the candidates who stood by his side and waited, and the moderator said, oh, yeah, and Dr. Ben Carson. They have this bond, which I think is just so incredible. And Dr. Ben Carson, obviously neurologist, world-renowned, speaks with great authority, knows exactly what's up with Joe Biden.
That's right.
I wonder what he'll say tonight if he goes there at all.
Well, Dr. Carson's also open about his faith.
Yes.
And Donald Trump, in some print interviews with the New York Post and the Washington Examiner, put faith in front and center about what happened on Saturday with the assassination attempt, and flatly said, but for God, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, and we'll see how long that continues. I believe, though, he is a changed man, of course. I saw Ben Carson down on the floor earlier, walking around, and people revere this man. In this crowd, they revere this man. And I like to shake his hand just to remember that he used to operate on all those little children's brains. It means he's a miracle worker in a big sense. And he was a stabilizing force as the HUD secretary under President Trump, and you can imagine he'll have a place in the second Trump administration.
You would expect that, and what I remember as well, living a long time in Washington, when they opened the African American History Museum near the White House, it was a big unveiling, and the Democrats were making a big deal that they did it under Obama, but when I got there, there was a big section for Dr. Ben Carson.
Amazing.
And all of the work he did for children. But you don't hear the left and the mainstream media talk about that because he's a conservative. He served with Donald Trump. They don't highlight it. He thankfully is in that museum. But the mainstream media doesn't talk about Dr. Carson because he doesn't agree with them politically.
Kind of like Clarence Thomas, right? A black conservative. There's their two things they just can't compute. Why would that be the case? Don't they just get every Democratic vote if you're black, like Joe Biden said to Charlemagne the God, on that infamous thing? Also, Marco Rubio, very interesting. We heard Senator Rick Scott spoke earlier from Florida, so now Senator Marco Rubio. I'm interested in that one as well. It's the closing tonight, and I'm sure he'll be graceful. And even though he was not chosen for the vice president, maybe a little bit of disappointment there. A lot of talk of why he wouldn't have been chosen, though, being he maybe would have had to move out of Florida as well.
The Florida residency might have been an issue. By the way, Dr. Carson lives in Florida too, and so two of the last 4 or 5 names on the list, Carson and Rubio, both live in Florida, and one of the candidates would have had to change their residency because based on the Constitution, you'd forfeit the electoral votes if both candidates are from the same state. But Donald Trump could have moved to Jersey or New York or something.
You mentioned this, but this is one of the things that has, Ron DeSantis likes to take a lot of credit for, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for, is how much Florida has changed. There are now 1 million more registered Republicans in the state of Florida than Democrats, and not that long ago, it was the other way around. And you look up there in the family box tonight with Donald Trump, who's sitting in there. You have from the Florida delegation, you've got Brian Mast, you've got Anna Paulina Luna, you've got Corey Mills. It's changed. I also talked to Michael Bennett, who's a Palm Beach County commissioner, who's one of the Florida delegates earlier today, and he was telling me, I remember when I came to my first convention, we were sitting way in the back. There's only a few of us. They still have all the delegates. Now they are right up front and center. I saw Larry and Sue Snowden. They're in the second row up there, and they are having a good time. 2 other Florida delegates that we know
they run
from
Club 47, which is almost like a Trump fan club.
It is.
In Palm Beach County.
And right next to Mar-a-Lago, that little shack that they valued
it's only worth $18 million.
The most expensive house in all of America is being built. Is it Griffin from Citadel?
Ken Griffin.
Ken Griffin's building the most expensive house next to Mar-a-Lago. But they moved out of
the judge
Chicago.
somehow said that Mar-a-Lago is not worth a lot of money.
It's incredible.
It's a good deal.
Right next to that parcel. But yeah, the influx of power brokers who have come to Florida because they know what the business is good. Republicans rule.
So it's interesting, Donald Trump has been staying here, and the very end of the night, after Dr. Carson and Marco Rubio, will be Laura Trump, who is the co-chair at the Republican National Committee. And you saw some folks sitting just a couple moments ago behind Donald Trump. They are the parents of Laura Trump, who are, they live in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, very proud of their daughter and the heights that she's reached in American politics as well. She's now a big behind-the-scenes player.
Yeah, there's all this talk of nepotism and everything, but you look at the fundraising, the way it's turned around, the energy in the GOP right now. And I think another big thing, too, is that they joined forces with this guy, Scott Priester. You guys know Scott. He's registered more people to vote Republican. He's literally like Johnny Appleseed of Republican voter registration. And they tapped into that. And I think that's going to make a big difference this time, a strategic shift, something that the previous leadership at the GOP never seemed to be interested in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, new face of the RNC, for sure.
Yeah, and Michael Whatley, who is the co-chair with Laura Trump, he closed the proceedings yesterday, so we'll see if Laura Trump gavels it out today. They're going to take turns. Maybe she'll make some
Maybe they'll roll a piano out on stage.
She is a singer.
She's an amazing piano player.
And did the cover on Tom Petty's Won't Back Down, which became a little bit of an anthem for the Trump folks. She just sort of started playing it on the piano after the first of 4 criminal indictments, Alvin Bragg. And she wanted to talk about how she didn't want to back down. And look, Donald Trump has not backed down among any of these fights, whether it's the lawfare, the civil suits, the criminal indictments, now an assassination attempt. That's part of the reason why this iconic image, fight, fight, fight with the fist, has taken on new meaning.
And it's caught on. We've heard a few of the speakers tonight say that, including Speaker Mike Johnson, who spoke earlier. So that word fight, fight, fight is being echoed. You know, I just want to say, isn't it funny? You did talk about, you know, the accusing of nepotism with Laura Trump. But, you know, the RNC did sort of need a reboot, a refresh.
Absolutely.
Remember the debates? Why were they giving debates? You know, this liberal,
to the cable networks,
liberal moderators that were going to be slanted and you know, not substantive. So I think, and they criticize her with her song. They, you know, but the Trump kids, they're a tight-knit family, and I think it's beautiful that she's in the fold here, just in this moment where we're kind of all looking at ushering in a new future for our nation here, and maybe with a new leader here in the White House. Here.
And Ed, when you mention Donald Trump and the way he's fought back against these indictments, and you think, and we've seen the lawyers, the numerous lawyers in all these cases, and you think about how much money it costs to defend from these types of lawfare cases. And you heard Savannah Chrisley tonight talk about how she feels like her family has been persecuted by rogue prosecutors. If you don't have the money to stand and fight, there are millions of people in this country who have been overcharged by rogue prosecutors similar to this, and they're sitting behind bars now. Something to think about.
There it is. And you're absolutely right. Dr. Ben Carson has promised. The former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is at the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you, but I think she turned the table on me tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for being involved. Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches, and my thoughts immediately turned to the book of Isaiah that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Well, let me tell you the weapons that they used. First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever. And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before. And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend they tried to kill him, and there he is over there alive and well. You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans in thanksgiving for President Trump's safety. And I encourage you to join me in praying each day for his continued protection. You know, our hearts go out to the victims in the audience. Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception, and disinformation. They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law. We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. But ask anyone around the world, what does it mean to be an American? Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a member of the president's cabinet. You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted. He is very smart. He is very compassionate. He cares about people. And I'll tell you, the first time I met him was before either of us got into the political arena. And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in." And he said, "I don't care. This is Ben Carson." But I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story is moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded patriotic education and faith in God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here today because we know we can bring these things back. By God's grace, we live in a country where the people rule. We have the power to choose the kind of nation we will be and the kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most repeated phrase in the Bible is this: "Do not be afraid," or "fear not." It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from the Almighty, even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting, we will keep praying, and by the grace of God, we will save our country and re-elect President Trump together with Vice President Vance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know, how could a nation barely 50 years old already compete with them on virtually every level? So he looked at our government, and he was duly impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our educational system, and he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches, and he heard those inspirational sermons from the pulpits that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave the American people a moral base. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words. He said, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. It is our job to make America good, and let's do this by re-electing President Trump so we can make America great. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't say polo. Don't say polo. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Laura Trump.
Whoa! I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends at a Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women, record investment in historically black colleges and universities, the creation of the United States Space Force, the most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable, because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my two children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world, just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country, and he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small-town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party, he showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote, not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
It was touching, humanizing, really over more than 20 minutes, Laura Trump speaking from her heart with clarity, with conviction, very somewhat vulnerable in certain moments too, I think, kind of letting down the wall of, you know, her life and what she knows about him. Some wonderful lines in there too, some scripture, Proverbs 28, and in the end there, that closing part of talking about how he saw greatness in her that she didn't. And, you know, I think we all have people in our lives that have pushed us to do things. It is a father figure, and she really humanized him. But I was looking at Donald Trump's face, gentlemen, and all of these people, they were endorsing him, whether it be Nikki Haley, whether it be a family member, now the co-chair of the RNC, in different ways. Every single one of them was telling a story tonight to maybe undecided Americans. Yeah.
Before I pray, let me say real quick. Number one, let me thank President Trump and the Republican National Convention for giving me a platform to lift up the name of Jesus and to pray for our great nation. Number two, I'd be remiss if I did not give the great state of Illinois and Chicago and the South Side a shout out. O Block, Opportunity Block. And number three, I want you to make the biggest noise in just a second. I want you to raise your signs, blow your whistles, and give God the loudest shout of praise on the count of three. And somebody may say, why? Because this week we could be having a week of mourning. But because God did not let any of those things be, this is a week of celebration and a week of life, a week of democracy and liberty. So I want to ask you on the count of three to make the loudest noise you can and let the world know that we serve an awesome God. Are you ready? Come on, are you really ready tonight? 1, 2, 3. Yes, yes, yes. Are you ready to call on God tonight? Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather for this Republican National Convention. We thank you for this moment to seek your guidance. As I stand before you, many believe America is in trying, divisive times and has not been her best. We know this to be true. We have not been steady, firm, resolute. Too many of us have forgotten how to be Americans. I see this on the south side of Chicago where I'm from. But I refuse to give up. Why? Because I still see the yearning fire within us to be better Americans. Lord, we ask for your divine presence to bless every heart and mind. Grant us wisdom and courage and discernment as we chart the path of our beloved country. May our deeds reflect your will and bring glory to your name. We pray for strength to better our individual selves so that we may bless those around us. let us be reminded that we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Father, we lift up our citizens and leaders to you. Let them be guided by your truth. And may their actions honor the values upon which this great nation was founded. Let us remember the words of Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Empower us to rise, persevere, and to pursue excellence. Lord, bless our great nation, from Project Hood on the south side of Chicago to all four corners of the great nation, from the hills of West Virginia and Tennessee to Beverly Hills in California, all the way to the homies in Los Angeles and the homies on the west side of Chicago. May we renew our Americanness and strive to uphold your word. With you, Lord, all things are possible. I said all things are possible. All things are possible. In your mighty and matchless name, Jesus, we pray. Let everybody say amen. God bless you, and God bless America.
All right.
Delegates and alternates.
Beautiful prayer there. And you can see Michael Whatley, Lara Trump's co-chair, John, is about to gavel this to a close. It's been a pretty successful first two nights.
Yeah, hard to top last night. I'm not going to say this one did, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close to some emotional moments. We hear from people we know, people we're not familiar with. We learn new things about their stories, and it all hits home, and it all comes back to the point, the main theme of this evening: make America safe once again.
Right. And I think, Bianca, if you put the two nights together, there's a theme to me beyond MAGA, which is the media has lied to you about Donald Trump. If you go back to Amber Rose, they said he was a racist in 2016. I did my own research. The mom who lost her son, NYPD. This is a man who stood up. She said Joe Biden and Kamala Harris promised that they would back the blue. They promised they'd be there for my son. They pulled out of Afghanistan where he had served. They didn't back the blue. I mean, they're real Americans saying that they don't like Joe Biden's America.
And the Teamsters president saying Americans are not stupid. And that is for certain. And I think the clarity that Ben Carson referred to in his speech tonight, an unusual moment, maybe even broken open wider with a former assassination attempt. And I thought about that too, what the pastor just said. He said, count to three, we'll all shout. He didn't have to wait till three. They all shouted at one. Donald Trump, no doubt, is one of the most biggest historical figures in our lifetime, in our country, in our nation, in the world. And we could be having funeral ceremonies today. We are instead so blessed to be here.
That was a stark statement. He said we could be in a state of mourning right now.
Yeah. And I thought about that a few times as, you know, how every speech they said how close it came. And I think, you know, wow. So that clarity that came, I think, to that is very important for people today as they weigh their vote, as you say, Ed, you know, some of the independents.
Quick look ahead. Tomorrow night, we're going to learn a lot more about J.D. Vance.
Yeah, we just heard the gavel, right?
Sounded like a 5:30 tomorrow.
All right.
5:30 p.m. Central tomorrow. Very interesting. J.D. Vance will be front and center tomorrow night.
Excited to see what he has to say. It'll be his coronation as the official nominee for vice president.
I'm trying to peek to see whether or not. So it appears to me that the former president may still be in his seat. He's just passed a little barrier here around the corner from us, and there are still Secret Service agents ringing that area. So we're going to let this breathe for a moment in case he walks down to the floor or walks past where we are to make sure that we don't miss that. Just a couple of minutes. The great David Harris Jr. is going to do another post-game wrap-up as he did last night. And like I said, Bianca, I think this, you know, in terms of weaving a narrative, John made this point earlier that whoever's producing this for the campaign is executing a plan that former reality television show host and kind of mastermind of messaging Donald Trump may have dreamed this up, but they're executing a really well thought out plan.
Yeah, I mean, these were heavy topics tonight: death, loss of, you know, children and loved ones, and yet The sobering facts were manifested, but there's still a lightness here as people are leaving tonight. They're kind of coming with a buoyancy, and there's still some uplifting here. It's incredible, actually, to feel it in this room. And I think people who are watching, if they were listening to Lee Greenwood earlier or some of the music, I think it transcends through the screen. But definitely sitting here, I'm sure you guys feel it too. No one's walking out of here without a lot on their mind to consider, maybe hug a family member a little bit closer tonight, too.
We've been talking about this
There
band.
he goes. He's walking out of the room right now, right behind us here.
Okay.
And the former president, if you want to get that shot, if we have a close-up, he's moving a little quick. And there's a wave.
There he is.
And he's just gone through the tunnel and starting to leave the arena. And I guess I'd leave on this note. I think a lot of people have noticed that there's a lot of family members, and we've seen the former president twice, but we haven't seen the former first lady yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't. So that will be another moment, you know. Well, they're producing it, right?
I'm presuming Thursday night.
It's going to be the slow reveal here, so they're building towards that.
Quick thought?
Well, we'll look forward to seeing J.D. Vance tomorrow night.
J.D. Vance front and center tomorrow night. Don't miss
And
John.
we'll be here, too.
Yes.
That's right. Don't miss both of these fine people on noon Eastern on 2 different channels. You can pick. We give you all the choices in the world.
Ooh.
Join the briefing tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, and then all 3 of us back here, 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It's been a wonderful ride already. Thanks for being here on the journey. It continues tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, but for now, have a wonderful night, Patriots.
Wow, another incredible night of a lot of very heartfelt testimonies and speeches given by individuals that you know love this country, Americans of all backgrounds and creeds and colors, showing their support for our amazing President Donald J. Trump. So welcome, friends, to this post-RNC coverage here on N2. I am David Harris Jr. We have so much to talk about. But let's begin with the powerful moment when President Trump was introduced at night 2 of the Republican National Convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Good spirits, he's in good spirits. Definitely seems a little bit different. I mean, I don't know who could go through an attempted assassination and not be changed. I definitely believe that's from the prayers of all those that believe in the power of prayer that made sure that amazing individual that's just trying to fight for our country stayed alive, literally. What that pastor said right towards the end. The pastor shared that I had shared actually a very similar message on a video on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, or not YouTube, they banned me, but Facebook. I'm sure you're following me over there at David J. Harris Jr., but I shared just the day after the attempted assassination that day, Sunday, was meant to be a very different day for America. It was meant to be a day of mourning. If the plans, the plotting and scheming of whoever, or we know at least the plans of the enemy of truth, the enemy of justice, and the enemy of America, those plans were to take that man's life right there, and those plans were thwarted. Thank you, Jesus. A lot of people thanking Jesus too tonight. You don't see that at any Democrat rallies of any kind, period. So that is the president, friends, that is going to make America safe again. And of course, safety starts at our border. Tonight we heard from the family of Rachel Morin, the Maryland mom who was raped and killed by an illegal immigrant allowed into this country by Joe Biden. We also heard a heartbreaking story of Ann Funder, a mother who's lost her son to America's fentanyl crisis.
I'm here to share the story of my firstborn son. my everything, my Weston. My family and I were living in Southern California when President Biden took office and opened our borders. My Weston was 15, and in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something that someone gave to him, and it took my baby's life. We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son. And on February 27th, 2022, our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose, it was a poisoning. His whole future, everything we ever wanted for him was ripped away in an instant. And Joe Biden does nothing. I hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the border czar, what a joke, and Gavin Newsom and every Democrat who supports open borders responsible for the death of my son.
100% responsible. 100% responsible. They could have closed the border. It is wide open, still open. Still drugs pouring across our border. Still little children being raped and poured across our border and then sent into trafficking, new traffic. Still happening, friends. 100%. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. And understand that is the Democrat agenda. That is the Democrat agenda. Open the borders. And hopefully the people that come across they'll vote for Democrats. Get all the freebies. So heartbreaking. I can't even imagine. Cannot even imagine having kids and having 2 grandkids.
Thank you.
Wow.
This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all.
Yes. And it can be stopped. We have the most
It's too late
secure
for
border.
my son, Weston.
In the history
Say
of
his
the
name,
Trump.
Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you.
Weston.
Thank you. But we can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you.
Wow. Man, heartbreaking. Cannot even imagine, friends, but that is what this election is all about. Safety and security for Americans all over the country. We need it. Coming up, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson promises an independent investigation into the failure of the Secret Service. We'll break it down with a security expert next.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. And we have vowed that we shall not see it governed by a hostile flag of conquest, but by a banner of freedom and peace. We have vowed that we shall not see space filled with weapons of mass destruction, but with instruments of knowledge and understanding. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be re-elected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back, friends, to our post-RNC coverage here on N2. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the Biden DOJ still has no good answers about the catastrophic failure to protect President Trump from a would-be assassin on Saturday. Today, we learned that the shooter walked to his perch carrying a gun case and a ladder. He was flagged as a threat by law enforcement 28 minutes before the shooting, but somehow he was never stopped. Just hours ago at the RNC, House Speaker Mike Johnson promised that Republicans would deliver accountability.
In the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump, everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that.
Accountability, friends, is exactly what I believe every single American wants. So many Americans are just stuck between what do we believe? This would-be assassin that's only 20 years old that walked to one of the closest buildings right outside of the rally, had perfect line of sight to the President of the United States, is able to climb up on top of the roof, where we heard that Kim Cheadle, director of the Secret Service, said that there were actually Secret Service agents inside the building. So Secret Service is inside the building. They didn't recognize, they didn't spot a guy with a ladder and a rifle case climbing his way up on top of the roof, and then army crawling as all the bystanders, all the people around saw this guy and tried to flag him to local police, crawled for 2 to 3 minutes to get into position. And then we find out that the counter sniper team that was right behind the stage of Donald J. Trump, the president, actually had them in their sights. The sniper had him and was asked, could he engage? And was told to stand down. We had that information come from Chad Robichaud last night. These are all questions that I think the American people deserve and demand answers. A former president of the United States almost assassinated. People need to be held accountable. Joining me now is the president of All Things Possible Ministries and one of my best friends, Victor Marks. Victor, thank you so much for joining us this evening. You've heard and seen all of the absolute failures. Just no way that these are just all coincidence linked together to enable this shooter to just be a lone shooter, as the FBI says, even though they can't get into his phone or couldn't get into his phone, but they come out and say, well, he acted alone. Well, if you can't get his phone, how do you know that? So many questions surrounding all of this. You're an expert in a lot of things, martial arts, security, hold the world record for the fastest gun disarm. You've gone all over the world and done security and rescue operations missions, rescuing sex trafficking victims, women, children, boys, girls, all of it. In your take, your expert opinion, What happened here?
Well, let me first start by saying I understand what President Trump has gone through to a bit. As someone tried to kill me here in the U.S. by taking a shot at me within this year and missed me by 2 fingers from my ear. So I understand just the frustration. And I'll say this, and it may be a little bit different take than what most people feel, but we can't underestimate the level of incompetence when it comes down for our government agencies. And I want to congratulate the shooter who stopped the threat. It looked like it was a great headshot. It didn't seem difficult, but the team did their job. And I think there's great concern for gross negligence on many parts. Now, was there a command center set up? Oftentimes local and federal teams are on different frequencies, but whatever the responsibility of who had the outside perimeter and those in Secret Service is still responsible. So it's very concerning to me, and it should be a wake-up call for all Americans to go look.
Yeah.
Just because a certain agency or the government says this, you got to be very, very aware that the level of training that most agencies get is not where it should be. And in some federal cases, just for filling slots, there's diversity and equality where they're putting people where they shouldn't be. I'm not saying that about the security team. Yeah, I'm talking about more of the leadership. So what I can envision happen is you got a good sniper team up on a roof. They see the subject. Everybody had time. They knew that's not what's in question. I believe they had him in his reticle, and I believe they asked to engage. And my personal opinion is probably leadership said, no, do not engage until we confirm.
That's what we're hearing.
Which is just
that's what I had. Again, I had your and my good friend Chad Robichaud on last night.
Right,
and he said he actually spoke to one of his close friends that spoke to one of these special the Secret Service agents that was on the roof and said that you're exactly right. The counter sniper asked for permission to engage, verified that it was a threat. This is a person on the roof. He's not a part of our team. He has a rifle, and was told to stand down. Why in the world would leadership, whoever the Secret Service head was, if it came right from the director, Kim Cheadle, I don't know, but why would they ever tell somebody to stand down when there is a verified threat on the roof with a rifle pointing at the former president of the United States?
Again, this is a wake-up call for Americans to say, what's really going on? When the fella took a shot at me, 3 feet away from behind a tinted window, 3 feet. Of course, I put a red dot on him, and we called and said, active shooter, active shooter. The response time for the local authorities was up almost 20 minutes. Now, granted, we're in the county, but it's a good example of, again, most departments are underfunded, undertrained, horrible communications. We work with and through law enforcement around the U.S., and people would be surprised at the lack of, I remember one organization, a big, well-funded federal organization, their comms were horrible. Simple comms, they didn't have the right, they had to borrow a vehicle from another law enforcement agency, and we were doing a sting operation to catch pedophiles. So here's one of the purest missions, and this well-funded organization, and thank God for good leadership of those men and women who are trying to make it work. But it comes from the top, and I don't have a lot of respect for those people in the administration under Biden because of really the political correctness and the craziness that they do. So I'm glad that the sniper team did their job, ended the threat. I'm sad for the loss of life of the innocent. And I'm praying for this small town, Butler, because the police department's going to be rocked. The town is. And it should, somebody asked me, what was the motive on the guy trying to kill you? here in the U.S. I said, it's evil. Honestly, it's demonic. And I hope Christians or people of faith will remember that, we're fighting a war between good and evil. And it often manifests, like I told President Trump in a video I posted, it manifests in the flesh in these ways. So people need to be praying. Everybody wants justice and wants to know why and how. But remember, while the wrong...
Hi, folks, we're back.
The outcome you want an investigation, and a lot of times it's just a waste of time. You know, brother, that me and a team, we were in Israel days after Hamas attack. And I asked, because that shocked the world just like this did. And I asked them, I asked guys that we trained, and...
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been...
This was your neighborhood that was attacked. Why? And across the board, people would tell me, we underestimated our enemy and we were underprepared. And I think that's what I think that's what you can attribute some of this to. Yes, there are people
we know
that want Trump dead.
We know Kim Cheadle, the director. We know Kim Cheadle, the director of the Secret Service, was very big on promoting DEI, all about gender inclusivity. Wanted to hire 30% women on the Secret Service task force by 2030, even though 5% of applicants are women. We saw several of the women that were trying to protect President Donald Trump were ducking. One woman was ducking, and she was like 3 feet away from President Trump. So seems like she's more ducking for her own life. She's trying to put she's trying to holster her weapon, and she can't, so she just keeps it out. We heard all kind of debacle stuff. It's very interesting if you watched the president enter into the RNC last night and this evening. Every single one of his Secret Service detail are at least as tall as he are, and I saw all males. Now I'm not being sexist by any means, but I think that if you got a 6'3" if you got a 6'3" principal that you are trying to keep safe, it doesn't make sense to put a 5'2" woman in front of him. So how much do you think this whole DEI, at the behest of Joe Biden, through the director of Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, how much did that play into all of this equation?
Right. Yeah, I think it's proof in the pudding. And again, most people who work on these details, honestly, in their heart, don't believe something's going to happen, although there are threats. And then when good people on these teams train and are ready, when you have poor leadership, believe me, they're going to keep you from doing your job in the best way. Now, I've never publicly said this because I don't want, I don't want to cause issues, but a while back I did test a certain president and Secret Service's capabilities. And I can tell you that I actually made it right up to the president, and then later made it into the rest area of Secret Service, walked right into their room while they're all taking a break, those who weren't on duty. And of course, I introduced myself, told them what I was doing, and they were about a little bit embarrassed. But had I been someone who would have been a real threat, I could have killed both the president and the Secret Service team members in there. So I want people to understand that as communities, you better be resilient and you better be prepared, because thinking that the government in its current state is going to protect us, think about it. This is the one point I want to make. Everybody's so concerned.
I got about 30 seconds, Victor.
Yeah, everybody's concerned about immigration and all that, and we should be. But look here, this was a young man, a loner, he fit the mold for a lone shooter, not even an immigrant. Think about all the people that are in this country that are planning and are going to be far more professional than what local agencies can handle. That's what Americans need to wake up to right now.
That's a message that resonates, and that's actually part of what I wanted to share, is if they can do this to a former president of the United States, if this can happen, who really is safe? It's up to us to make sure we're safe and we're aware. Victor Marks, victormarks.com. And Victor, I love you, brother. You're an amazing man. Thank you for coming on tonight.
Thanks for what you do.
Appreciate you. Stay with us, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
Our regular programming will continue in just a minute. Right now, enjoy this American moment.
I'm going to tell you something. They're going to call you chicken if you don't swim. You are the world record holder. And the premier Olympic swimming event is the 100 freestyle.
With those words from his coach, Olympic history was made. Born